By the way, is she awake?
Yeah.
So this just in.
Okay.
Kucherov is effing amazing.
Oh my God.
I'm watching the game last night, and they didn't score on any of these plays, but I've been watching a lot of the wings, and you've got Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond and this Casper kid. That's their first line, and they're good.
Yeah.
Dylan Larkin's a really good hockey player.
Right. And Kucherov.
No. You watch, and it's amazing. Detroit's got the best power play in the league, but you watch Kucherov, you watch the way they gain the zone when he gets the puck, what he does with it, where he passes. His vision of the ice is just stupid.
He had it not last night, the night before. He had an assist, a backhand pass from the corner, blind backhand pass from the corner, right through the slot, right on a guy's stick for an easy goal. Obscene how good the pass was.
And I'm kind of muttering under my breath, and Eve's like, well, I'm like, he's just amazing.
He is.
And I'll agree, Empire's been saying they don't get enough notoriety. I don't know about that, but he does not. The Steve Carney was right yesterday. No, it wasn't a good loss, but it's not for lack of effort.
Yeah, they didn't play badly.
No.
Okay, they did not play badly.
A really good, this just in. When the Ottawa goaltender plays well, he's good.
Yeah. Ottawa got outplayed at home and won. Yeah, really coughing ball.
3 games in a row, 1 spit. How about that?
Not since 1960.
Really?
Yep. The Phillies in May of 60, apparently.
So I went to the doctor yesterday. I had to go over. I had some numbers to go over, and I walk in. I jump on the scale, and I'm like, I'll be damned. I hadn't seen that number on a scale.
Nice.
Not in the doctor's office. And so the nurse doing my vitals, and she says, she looks at me, and she goes, you've lost a little weight, haven't you? I go, what was I the last time I was in here? She goes, 210. And I was 178 yesterday. So 32 pounds since either early December or late November.
Wow.
I think late December or December is when I was there last.
So in 4 months. That's amazing. Congratulations.
Doctor even was impressed. She's like, so how did you do this? I said, well, I've exercised very hard and I don't eat very much now.
I would have looked right at him and I would have said, well, you should know I'm dying. How come you don't know that?
What I was going to say was cocaine, just to see the look on his face.
Right. How'd you do it? Meth.
I will say I did cheat yesterday from this standpoint. I don't ever eat before the show. So I not only didn't eat before the show, went right to the gym after the show and proceeded not to eat a damn thing.
Oh, right. No, you stepped on that scale. You were like a wrestler trying to make weight yesterday.
Oh, I mean, I had 140. I'm sitting there going, I cannot wait to get out of here and eat anything.
I was going to say, you're hitting the first place out of their parking lot. Did you make it home?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm impressed. Yeah. Weigh about as much as my left thigh.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Friday of April. It's a big sports weekend, and we're going to get to it. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Mark, it's my wife's birthday today.
Well, happy birthday to your wife. I actually when you told me that before the show, that's why I said, is she awake? So I could send her a text. So I may have been the first person today to wish her, not other than you, to wish her happy birthday.
I don't know if this is a noteworthy one. You know, it's not a 0 at the end of it, but it's halfway. She's double nickel today.
Double nickel, Sammy Hagar, right?
Right. So I will say, funny moment yesterday. We get out of the car. We're walking into the place together and just talking about her birthday, you know, because I've actually done a couple things. And she wanted a certain dinner for her birthday. And the daughter found out about it. And so now the daughter and son-in-law and granddaughter are going to come over tomorrow and make said dinner.
Okay.
Yeah, which is a very nice gesture. It is. I mean, you know, we'll sneak out at some point
and get a dinner that you can eat.
Well, no, we'll be able to eat this. Son-in-law is actually a really good cook. All right, but you know, we'll do both. We'll double dip. But we're walking in, and I go double nickel tomorrow, and she goes, "Yep," and I'm joining AARP, and I go, "You know, you were eligible like 5 years ago." She goes, "Yeah, but emotionally, I wasn't ready." I go, "Oh, so now you feel old enough?" She goes, "Oh, definitely." I go, "Okay." I go, "Is there any reason?" She goes, "Yep, I want my discount when I go to Dunkin'." Oh, okay. So, Mark, that's what it's been reduced to right now.
Wow.
Right? Yep.
I didn't. Now that I think about it, I didn't really realize you could join that at 50 and not 55. But what I realized is that you are right, because when I hit 50, and I'm now your wife caught me, I'm also 55, is that if you ignore them long enough, they quit mailing you the crap.
Totally. I won. They've stopped mailing me.
Right. I don't get any more.
Yep. Mark, this is also how much I've won. I've stopped getting the embalmment stuff.
The crematoriums, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From like 50 through 57, man. I got it all the time, and I'm not even getting that anymore.
Right. Come, we'll buy your dinner as long as you buy a plot and/or plan on having yourself burnt to a crisp by us.
Right. I mean, how good do you think this steak has to be for me to sit and listen for an hour and a half about me dying? I mean, it's got to be a really good steak, folks. But yeah, sure. Okay. So anyway, so it's my wife's birthday.
Well,
I got her a facial, got her a massage.
There you go.
I mean, if I can't put my hands on her, might as well have somebody else do it.
Exactly.
Right.
Yep. Exactly. Can't go wrong with a massage ever.
No, you definitely can't. Throw a little chocolate into the mix, and it's all good. Miller and Moulton on this Friday. So the women's Final Four tips off tonight in Tampa. The men's Final Four tomorrow night in San Antonio. Boy, the Reds did something last night, which is really hard to do. If you're trying to do it, it's tough to do. The Reds just were shut out for a third straight game. That is difficult. They lost 1-0 for the third straight game. Yikes.
3 straight one-spit games. The Rangers got them back-to-back. Yesterday, the Brewers got them.
Wow. I mean, you and I are hockey guys. It'd be like, the number one goalie giving up 1 goal in 3 straight games and losing all 3. And he comes in the locker room and he looks and he goes, "Boys, at any point in time, a little something for the effort?" No? By the way, not hearing a whole lot about Ellie De La Cruz and those torpedo bats, are we? These last 3 days?
No, but the guy that's not using the torpedo bats continues to hit home runs damn near every night.
You mean Aaron Judge?
You're damn right. I mean Aaron Judge.
Well, He doesn't need a torpedo bat. His frame is a torpedo. He just needs any piece of lumber. You could literally cut something out in the backyard and hand it to him, I think. And I like his chances to hit about 35. Man.
But 5 already on the season for Judge as the Yankees win yesterday. I did something yesterday. And I didn't stay up for the whole game, but I did something I very rarely do. I made it for the first half of the second game on TNT last night.
Oh, wow. You watched a little Steph and LeBron?
Watched a little Steph and LeBron. Found out that, and I knew it, but my wife likes the 3, and she likes Steph a lot.
Yeah, the ladies do like Steph.
She likes Steph.
They find him cute.
Yep.
Yep.
Likes his eyes, is what she told me.
Good-looking guy. He's got some flair to him, got a nice smile. Yeah, they like Steph.
And for whatever reason, both of us were up a little late. And the game came on, watched the end of the Heat game, which they lost in dramatic fashion. Ja Morant figuring out more ways to get suspended.
Could he? I mean, the NRA is saying to him, "Hey, enough with the shooting. Just rein it in a little bit." Okay.
And the thing that is so frustrating is he is so damn good.
Yeah, he really is.
I mean, he really is.
Yeah, he's a problem.
I watched the whole fourth quarter of that game, and he just took over.
Well, how do you guard him? Who's quick enough to stay with him? I mean, obviously you got the size on him, but who's quick enough to stay with him?
Handles the ball incredibly well. He's quick, pivots, turns, and he's a knucklehead. There's just no two ways about it.
Right.
I mean,
he is. He is. He's the reason you go into coaching and the reason you get out of coaching. But now, do you think LeBron's going to retire after this year? Because if by chance he walks away, then we don't have many more Steph and LeBron meetings. In fact, we got like 6 games left in the regular season. I don't know if they're scheduled to play each other. So if they don't meet in the playoffs, that could be it. And I will say, LeBron showed up last night. He had not been good since he got injured, missed a couple weeks. He had not been good at all. Whatever LeBron's got left showed up last night. And Steph, in his mid-30s, is still one of the 10 best players in the league.
And LeBron's what, one of the 5 best?
Well, I don't know. He's pretty slow now. He's a bit of a turnstile and a cone defensively, but with the ball in his hand.
And Steph's a good defender?
Well,
I mean, don't go defense on me when you're talking about Steph Curry. I love him.
No, I understand. I think, but Steph at least can still move a little bit. I mean, there are times in which LeBron does look his age out there. He's like, well, he's an old man. That's why he was a cone on that play. And
at the same time, he can offer weak side help and block shots like nobody's business.
Yep.
Needed to. But you're right. And
but the 2 of them showed up last night.
They did. And the good news is with Golden State winning, right now, the Lakers and Golden State are scheduled to see each other in the first round of the playoffs.
Right. Aren't they like a 4-5 series right now?
They are a 4-5. And what, TNT or ESPN, I don't know who has the West this year. They are just on bended knee praying every night that they get that for a first round matchup.
Yep. They'll take it at 3-6 or 4-5. However they can get it, they will take it. And then at least they know that one of them also will make it to the second round. And that's reassuring as well. Miller and Moulton on this Friday, the Final Four. The women in Tampa, the men in San Antonio. You know, it's funny what a difference Caitlin Clark makes. This is the second highest rated women's college basketball tournament ever on the ESPN family of networks. And I don't think it's close either. I mean, the ratings in comparison are really solid, but not compared to last year.
Right. They're down
Significantly.
I mean, huge numbers.
Yeah, like 40%.
Right.
Right. Because she's a phenomenon.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I'm the perfect example. I watched a decent amount of her and the tournament last year.
Right.
I've watched parts of 2 games, one involving the school in our backyard, FGCU, and then I happened to watch the Oklahoma-Connecticut game because it was close at the half and Connecticut won by 23.
Right. Oklahoma was actually winning at the half.
Right.
You saw that on X and you went, I'll be damned. I'll turn it on. And about 15 minutes later, you said, well, no need to stay with this. This sucker's over.
That got a TV on the weekend, and I went, why did I even bother? And, obviously you've got 3 1s and a 2. The 2's UConn.
I was going to say the 2 is the consensus favorite also. So it is quite the Final Fours we have. We have 7 1s and a 2 between Tampa and San Antonio.
And each of them providing us with an SEC, all SEC semifinal.
Correct.
South Carolina and Texas on the women's side, and obviously Auburn and Florida on the men's side. So the SEC guaranteed 1 team in each championship game.
Which I think also when we went into particularly the men's tournament, and it was like, what does the SEC have to do to validate their regular season and all the hype? Well, 4 of the Elite 8, 2 of the Final 4, and a team in the Natty. I think that works.
Absolutely. 100%.
And
Miller and Moulton. Pretty solid show for you on a Friday. Pat Kirwan will join us. We talk the National Football League with him. And Kris Gardner covers the Houston Cougars. We'll get in depth on Houston and Duke and how the Cougars try to stop Cooper Flagg. It's Miller and Moulton on a Friday. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has the look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I have, we're coming back on, but I walk uphill on a treadmill at a 7% incline at 3.5 miles an hour for 30 to 45 minutes a day. And I lift weights 2 out of every 3 days.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our guests are all in the 8 a.m. Eastern hour. So we'll kick it around a little bit until then. Our poll question, well, first off, if you've been with this show for any length of time, this is the Friday poll question heading into Final Four weekend.
Right.
Every year.
This is a layup.
Right.
See what I did there?
I did.
Basketball layup.
Creative.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Went all out.
Yep. And that's creative for Miller and Moulton right there. So we're asking you, so who's going to be playing in the final Monday night? Obviously 4 choices. You know, Florida Duke, Florida Houston, Auburn Duke, Auburn Houston. And early voting, nobody picked Auburn. Think we get an upset? I mean, we have had virtually none. None. I mean,
I'm nervous. I'm nervous the way the Gators have been playing. And I think Auburn during this entire tournament for a 1 seed has largely flown under the radar. No one paid attention to them winning all the way through. You know, Izzo, because of who he is and a couple of his rants on the podium after games, got people talking about Sparty a lot. And Auburn just, you know, whether it was Creighton, whether whomever, they just were able to stiff arm their competition, not get talked about, and really everybody was talking Duke and Florida, Duke and Florida. So I think Auburn's in a really good spot here.
I wish Bronny was healthy for them. I do. And he's not going to be 100%. And I also think he's at great risk of re-injury during the game. But, Mark, you made a good point. They dispatched of Creighton, Michigan, and Michigan State and did so handily.
Yeah.
You know, the final score against Michigan State was 6, but I mean, that wasn't a 6-point game. I mean, that was a 9 to 13-point game the whole way, basically.
Absolutely. They went on the 17-0 run and never really looked back. I mean, Sparty cut it to 5 once when it was still a game. And then that was as good as it got for them. You know, Michigan played a good 25 minutes.
Yeah. And then Auburn
28 minutes, and then Auburn just kind of stiff-armed them
right
to the final, to the finish.
Right. And looked at them and said, just so you guys know, we're not Texas A&M. Okay? You're not going to come from 10 down against us. This game's over. And Creighton, a pretty dangerous second-round opponent. Well coached. Very good tournament success this decade. And Auburn handled them. So you're right, Mark. You know, we thought Auburn had peaked in late February. Well, based on how they've played so far in the tournament, the Gators peaked mid-March.
In the SEC tournament. They did.
Yes. Leading up to it and in the tournament. Correct.
Now, can they find another gear this weekend? Of course they can. But, you know, one of the guys in the Twitch chat room made a good point. I'm surprised that Sparty didn't defend Broome better. And I was too, because Michigan State has multiple bigs, and you thought they could be physical with them. And they were to some extent because he ended up falling down, hurting his elbow. But, you know, Florida has the same game plan. And listening to Bruce Pearl, he thinks Florida will even be more physical than Michigan State was with him in the game tomorrow night. And I would be if I was Florida. I'd be hammering the guy.
Obviously, Florida and Auburn, all right, have played this year.
And Florida won pretty convincingly.
Houston and Duke did not play each other this year. Florida won at Auburn when Auburn was number 1 in the country, and they won 90-81. And trust me, that game was not any closer than that. I mean, Florida took it to Auburn when they beat them. That was early February, by the way. Doesn't seem that long ago, but that was early February. Gators, 2.5-point favorite. It's been 3 in spots, but not for very long. There is a discrepancy on the Duke-Houston game. Like ESPN bets got Duke 5.5. I think Hard Rock's got Duke 4.5.
It was 4.5 yesterday. I have not checked this morning.
So you might be able to get a 0.5 point to a point on that game, depending on which way you want it to go. You may have to look around.
No, it's up to 5. It's up to 5.5 on the Hard Rock app. 2.5 for Florida Auburn.
So there you go. Women's Final Four in action tonight. The early game is Texas and South Carolina. This will be the 4th meeting between those SEC rivals. South Carolina won 2 of the 3, and they're a 5.5-point favorite. The one game Texas won was at Texas. UConn and UCLA meeting for the first time. UCLA, I think, was the number 1 team in the country the longest this year. Their only 2 losses were to Juju Watkins and USC. And yet UConn's a 7.5-point favorite. But Tampa, the site of the women's Final Four tonight and Sunday. San Antonio, the men's Final Four tomorrow night and Monday night.
What game of the 2 are you looking forward to the most? The Florida-Auburn rematch from February? Or are you, like me, intrigued by Duke-Houston to see what Kelvin Sampson is going to be able to do defensively against this Duke team?
Now, I'm most intrigued with Florida-Auburn because I think that there's only one style I think Houston can play to win. So to me, it's just a matter of, can Houston beat Duke up? Can Houston just out Duke inside? Can they beat them up? And if they can't win unless they have an offensive performance the likes of which they normally don't have. But the Florida-Auburn game intrigues me, Mark, because, well, both teams have shown they can beat other good teams with their C+, B- game, and both teams have shown that their A games, quite frankly. I mean, at times this year, we've said, oh, Auburn's the best team in the country. And at times this year, we said, oh, Florida is the best team in the country. So I would love for Florida and Auburn to show up with like their A- games tomorrow night. I mean, let's go. Let's go, boys. Both of you. Bring your A games. All right. And let's get it on. Would love it. Because also, I think we're going to get points in Florida Auburn. Like, it's difficult for me to think that we're not going to get to a minimum 165. Minimum. I mean, that's low 80s.
Right. And if the other game gets to 150, that's about what you expect. And maybe not even that.
Yeah, and I don't know if Houston can win if it gets above that.
They can, if the one thing Houston's really good at offensively is shooting the 3. They don't make a ton of them because they play at a slower pace, but their percentage is one of the best in the country. They're going to have to do that against Duke.
Well, and here was Duke, who defensively, Alabama hit the 25 threes in beating BYU, and then Duke holds them to 8 and absolutely shuts them down from beyond the arc less than 48 hours later.
Well, and you're going to see both teams that they play 1 through 5. They switch on everybody. They make it really difficult to get shots off. It will be played in a phone booth. And I just want to see if Houston can do something to Cooper Flagg that most have not been able to, slow him down.
There's a part of me that thinks that Houston on the switches can get guards on forwards and attack them and go to the basket. Okay, I didn't think Alabama did that very effectively, and that Duke was able to use their size because I didn't think Alabama attacked them hard enough.
Well, and
They
that's the one thing I don't think people realize about Duke is just how big everybody is. They're 6'5"
Right.
and above across the board.
Right. They're a very big team. Miller and Moulton. Little Final Four talk. The starting five is next here on Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question: who's going to be playing for the Natty Monday night in San Antonio? Florida Duke, Florida Houston, Auburn Duke, Auburn Houston. It's your four choices. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, and vote. Right now it's time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And we might as well start with the respective Final Fours. The men in San Antonio tomorrow night, little after 6 o'clock in the East. Florida, 2.5-point favorite over Auburn. They met early February in Auburn. Gators a winner 90-81. Second semifinal tip around 9 o'clock Eastern. Houston and Duke. Duke now a solid 5.5-point favorite over the Cougars. You know, Mark, Jim Nance can't get to Augusta because of the Cougars. He's all in. He was at the region final. Hell, they brought him in for a team picture. He'll be at the Final Four in San Antonio, and if they win, he's staying Monday night. It'll be like he's still broadcasting the damn thing. He'll be flying into Augusta on Tuesday.
He'll be there before Tuesday.
Okay. Tonight in Tampa, the women's Final Four gets underway. The early game at 7 on ESPN. If you're interested, Texas and South Carolina, fourth meeting between the two. Gamecocks a 5.5-point favorite. The nightcap, they say tips at 9:30. I'll go 10-10. UConn and UCLA. UConn a 7.5-point favorite. Both games on ESPN. The Crown continues in Vegas, and UCF keeps winning. Maybe it's saving Johnny Dawkins' job. Who knows? 88-80 UCF over Cincinnati, and Villanova edged USC 60-59. They're down to the semis in this college basketball tournament that is created by Fox, paid for by Fox, shown on Fox and FS1, that no one's interested in.
Nobody.
So I saw a graphic.
Outside, two things that you get on this show that you don't get anywhere else. The Crown scores,
Right.
and extended Alex Ovechkin talk.
True. So 68 teams make the NCAA tournament, 32 in the NIT, 16 in the Crown. And remember that CBI last week in Daytona? There were 11 teams involved in that. If you do the math, that's 127 teams that play postseason basketball beyond their conference tournament in Division I. That's like 35+% of the teams that are playing postseason basketball. But we need to expand the NCAA tournament. Absolutely, Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti. Absolutely. We just don't have enough of your schools in the tournament. NBA, so much for the Heat 6-game winning streak. Memphis came to Miami. Ja Morant, the game winner at the buzzer, 110-108. Grizz
Entertaining game.
over Miami. It was.
Entertaining game.
Orlando won by 12 at Washington, 109-97. They are the 7 seed right now in the East, a game ahead of Atlanta, which means they would host the 7-8 game. Golden State beat the Lakers in Los Angeles, 123-116. Steph with 37, LeBron with 33. Right now, they're the 4 and 5 seeds. LA the 4, Golden State the 5. They meet in a first-round playoff series. Sign me up. Sign me up. And if you're the league and ESPN and Turner, you'd rather them, I guess, meet later in the playoffs, but if they ain't
there are no guarantees.
Exactly.
And really and truly, the odds are if they don't meet in the first round, it would almost have to be a conference final, and the likelihood of that is not very good. So I think, beggars can't be choosers. I think they'd take the first round because momentum builds in the playoffs and the storylines will get better and they can get to other things later in the playoffs.
Well, and then obviously one of them would also get to the second round.
Yep.
Milwaukee, how about this stat line for Giannis last night? 35 points, 20 rebounds, 17 assists. I don't know. That seems pretty good. Milwaukee won in Philly by 13. Bucks are tied with the Pistons for the 5 seed. Right now, the 5 seed plays Indiana. The 6 seed plays the Knicks in the first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. T-Wolves beat Brooklyn by 15. Minnesota and Memphis are tied for the 6 seed. And obviously, if you're the 6, you avoid the play-in. If you're the 7, you're in the play-in. Portland beat Toronto to mathematically stay alive. The Blazers 2.5 games out of the final playoff spot in the West. NHL. Lightning, they played well. They outshot Ottawa 32-19. They got beat. The Senators goalie made 31 saves. Ottawa 2-1. Big loss for Tampa. They're 3 points behind Toronto, a point ahead of Florida, but 3 points behind Toronto, and all 3 teams have played the same number of games.
Yeah, I know you want to see Florida and Tampa play later in the playoffs, but you know what we're scheduled to get right now? Not only in the Sunshine State are we going to get a Florida-Tampa first-round matchup, which will be amazing because the Lightning are playing great hockey right now. So it'll be a better series than we got last year. But Toronto has to play Ottawa.
Right. With all the pressure on the Leafs.
Could you imagine if Ottawa takes them out?
And out west, you're looking at Dallas and Colorado in a first-round series, Edmonton and LA for the 4th straight year in a first-round series. The NHL playoffs could get off to an amazing start. The season ends in 2 weeks. Montreal, big win. This was their game in hand on the Rangers, and they won it 4-1 over Boston. They have a 2-point lead for the 8th and final playoff spot in the East. How about the Blues? They won their 11th in a row last night, beat Pittsburgh 5-4 in overtime. St. Louis is now the number 1 wild card. They went from very little chance and you-know-what of making the playoffs to being the number 1 wild card.
That nobody wants to play in the first round with as hot as they have gotten here.
And also you avoid Winnipeg and you get Vegas. Don't know if that's easier, but
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, David.
Although Winnipeg went to Vegas last night and shut out 4-0. And Winnipeg saying, "Hey, we're the best in the West." Just ask
I understand,
us.
but there's, just like there's playoff Jimmy, there's
Right.
playoff Winnipeg.
Yes, there
And
is.
It's not good.
No, and it never has been. No.
No, it really hasn't. The whiteout, they kind of started that whole thing and it looks great, but the results have you wonder why they still do something because, well, it's never worked.
No. And they were foolish to start it trying to take down the Edmonton Oilers in the 80s. I mean, you don't try to start a winning tradition, superstitious thing trying to take down a dynasty. Colorado beat Columbus 7-3. Blue Jackets 4 points back on Montreal for the final playoff spot in the East. They do have a game in hand. Calgary beat Anaheim. They're 5 points behind Minnesota with a game in hand for the final playoff spot. And the Kings beat Utah, all but eliminating the hockey club 4-2. St. Pete City Council voted 7-1 yesterday to spend $22.5 million to repair just the roof of Tropicana Field. There will be a lot more money where that come from to get Tropicana Field ready for the Rays opening day in 2026.
You've got that right. The Tampa Times had a long, lengthy piece on just how bad things are at the Trop. And while the roof is what you see, the interior damage is just as bad as what you see when you drive by the stadium.
And if you say, well, why repair the roof? Just go without a roof for the final 3 years of the deal. Yeah, there's no drainage inside. If it rains at all, it completely floods like a pond. Why would you build drainage in a dome? Freddie Freeman, by the way, with one of those freak injuries. He fell in his shower over the weekend. Sprained his ankle. How bad is it? They put him on the injured list yesterday. That's embarrassing.
IL, shower injury.
Exactly. DNP old, IL shower. Milwaukee beat Cincy 1-0. Third straight game, the Reds were shut out. Third straight game, they lost 1-0. The Phillies in May of 1960, the last team to lose 3 consecutive 1-0 games. Judge a homer, 4 RBIs. Yankees over Arizona 9-7. Twins with their home opener, they had nearly 37,000. Saw them lose to the Astros 5-2. Red Sox hit 3 homers, took 2 out of 3 from the Orioles, 8-4 the final. Phillies swept the Rockies. Philadelphia off to a 5-1 start. They won 3-1. By the way, there are 9 teams who still have not played a home game. 8 of them will have their home openers later today. The Mets, the Braves, the Tigers, the Angels, the Giants, the Pirates, the Rockies, and the Red Sox. Only the Guardians will wait until next week before they play their first home game. Golf, the Valero Texas Open in San Antonio. Sam Ryder, 9 under, a 1-shot lead over Keith Mitchell. Spieth tied for 4th at 5 under. Fleetwood a shot further back than that. Our buddy Frankie Sappin continues to struggle. 2 over. He needs a 2 under or 3 under round today if he's going to see the weekend. LIV's in Miami. They say it's a big weekend for the tour. Will people watch any of the golf since it's on in the Eastern time zone in this country? And I think Sunday it's on Big Fox and Saturday it's on FS1. 12 of the golfers at Doral in Miami, Trump scores, are playing next week in the Masters. LPGA, today's the 3rd day of match play. They get out of group today and narrow it down to the final 16. NFL, Raiders and Geno Smith, a 2-year extension. So he's making 31 for this year, and the Raiders are giving him the $75 million over the next 2 years after that. 66 of it guaranteed. So the Raiders are going to get Geno Smith, Mark, for essentially 31, 37, and 38 million the next 3 years.
That's
like it?
That's the right amount of money for Geno Smith. I do like it. I like it for both parties. Geno not being, knowing who he is and not trying to get money that he doesn't really deserve. And the Raiders now have a nice economical piece at quarterback.
By the way, the Cowboys went and got their backup quarterback, and they went to New England. They gave up a 5th-round pick for Joe Moulton. Talented, very inconsistent in college. No one looks better in shorts and a T-shirt than Joe Moulton. But there are a lot of people who don't think he can play once it's live action. And there are a few people that think he could be a star in the making. He just needs a chance. So Joe Moulton to the Cowboys. And Arizona makes tight end Trey McBride the highest paid tight end in the league. They signed him to a 4-year extension at $19 million a season. NASCAR's at Darlington this weekend, the Lady in Black. Just thought I'd mention that. 3 o'clock Sunday, FS1. NASCAR ratings, by the way, have been very good this year. Even though they've only gotten, I think Daytona was the only race so far on Fox. Everything else has been on FS1. But NASCAR's ratings have been up, and they've been up like double digits.
Interesting, because I've not seen there's never any national talk on NASCAR, but there haven't been what Bell won the 3 races in a row, which was significant. So I think that helps get things started, but good for them.
Yeah. So 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories in the Lady in Black that you needed to know here on Miller and Moulton. By the way, I missed the Cubs. The Cubs home openers also today. So 9 home openers today in baseball.
Holiday in those cities, as northern towns will pack their ballpark for game 1 of the homestand, and no one will be there for the next 2. Check the attendance of the Twins today and prove me wrong.
36,783 yesterday for the home opener. Day 2 today. Do you think they get half?
No, I don't.
Like 18-4.
It's in the 40s, right?
Yes, it is. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Friday. Happy birthday to my wife. Big birthday, significant, double nickel. All right. You know, got her a facial, a massage. Somebody should put their hands on her today. Boom. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question. So, who do you like playing for the Natty Monday night in San Antonio? Florida Duke, Florida Houston, Auburn, Duke, or Auburn, Houston.
And
obviously-
71% of you are going with what the most popular choice was when the tournament began, Duke and Florida.
The two favorites, Florida by 2.5, Duke by 5.5 in their respective games, and there have been very few upsets. Very few. In fact, did we get an upset once we got to the Sweet 16 in terms of the team that was favored? Did any favorite lose on the men's side once we got to the Sweet 16? Some of them didn't cover.
Right, but no one lost. Because remember, Arkansas beat St. John's before we got to the Sweet 16, and that was the most significant upset of the tournament.
And Texas Tech beat Arkansas in overtime. So while they didn't cover, they were the favorite and they won. Tennessee was favored over Kentucky in a 2-3 matchup and won. Houston didn't cover against Purdue, but they won. Duke didn't cover against Arizona for that matter. See, that's to me the formula, Mark. See, I'm looking for a great performance by a Houston guard because I think it can be had against Duke. Duke's big, but I don't know how fast they are on the perimeter. And I think a guard could have a really big game against Duke, which is why I like Florida against Duke. I don't think Duke will have an answer for Clayton. If it's Florida Duke on Monday and Clayton shows up and brings his game, he's the most outstanding player. He'll score 30 plus. Florida's going to win. They got nothing for Clayton. Nothing. No way. I mean, Caleb Love scored 35 against him.
Well, Caleb Love's had some pretty good games against Duke. I mean,
yes. Doesn't matter who's playing for Duke or who's coaching Duke.
Right. He's risen to the occasion when he's faced the Blue Devils in his career. But I hear you that Clayton's, and he's going to have to do it tomorrow night as well.
Sure.
The Auburn guard there's a great defender. Name escapes me right now, but that's the big matchup in the game. Is can Clayton get loose? And then can Broome be as effective against Florida as he was against Michigan State, where he shot like 10 of 13 from the floor?
Yeah, I doubt it. I don't see a 25-12 performance from Broome against Florida, but he's a really
he
good
had
player.
19 and 10 against them the last time.
True. Big stat. There were two big stats in that game for me. Florida and Auburn were even on the boards when they played in the regular season, 40 each, and Florida only turned it over 12 times. You tell me right now, Mark, that Florida turns the ball over less than 12.5 times.
They win.
I'd be shocked if they lose.
They win.
They just have to have a bad shooting game, I think, to lose. Hey, a couple of quotes from yesterday. Tell me what you think. So Nance was on the Dan Patrick show. And I will say, Dan Patrick had a lot of fun with him about the story that came out last week when, Nance essentially announced his Masters retirement in 2036.
And he should, because when you announce your retirement 11 years from now, and you're over the quite frankly, if you're over the age of 50, Bill Barr, the comedian, says, I'm at the drop dead age. I don't think, and what's Nance, 60 what?
64, 65. He's right there.
At 64, 65, can you really make an 11-year guarantee that you're still going to be around? I don't think you can.
So Nance, first off, said to Dan Patrick, he goes, I felt like I got misrepresented a little bit. You asked me on this very show in 2016 what I wanted to do. And I told you 9 years ago that what I'd love to do is I'd love to do the 100th Masters, which would be in 2036. He goes, now I know that takes me into my mid 70s. That means I do 51 Masters because Nance ties Vern next week with doing the most Masters. This is Nance's 40th. And Nance said, so Dan, I thought I kind of got, because I literally answered the same question. I got asked the question just like you asked it 9 years ago. And I said, my hope is blah, blah, blah. And then it got painted as a retirement announcement. And Nance even said, I don't know if CBS is going to want me that long. I don't know if the Masters is going to want me that long. That's just what I would like to do.
The Masters would.
Probably.
The Masters would.
Probably.
And for that reason and that reason alone, CBS would.
Well, yes.
Because what the Masters wants, the Masters gets from CBS. And that's why the Masters is on CBS every year. That's why no one else has a shot to get that tournament on the weekend.
Series of one-year contracts, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, the Masters and CBS. CBS only has it a year at a time. Then they sit down.
Think about that. Think about that with these TV deals going in decades out. They've had one-year contracts forever, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah. I mean, Masters don't like you. They get rid of you. I had a conversation with somebody very high up at CBS once in which I said, let's just say worst case scenario, you guys lose the Masters. And he literally turned to me and said, bite your tongue. I go, could you just play along? Okay. CBS loses the Masters. I go, you've got all this cable that's underground here at Augusta. And he goes, oh yeah, we'd lose it. We ain't getting that back. Are you kidding me?
No.
He said, no, NBC, ABC, they just plug into our stuff.
Mickelson told a story at the LIV presser. He says, can I give you a quick Master story? And he was playing a practice round and he was on 11 and a tree fell across the fairway. And he said, it was amazing. All of a sudden, people, hundreds of people, are rushing out to the course. He said, you could hear the radios. Forget what you're doing on 14, get to 11. Forget what you're doing on 9, get to 11. And he said, by the time we're on the green, there are chainsaws out. By the time I get to 18, the tree is completely gone from the fairway. They've dug up the trunk, and there are no remnants of the tree. By the next morning, the fairway has been resodded, and you had no idea that the tree fell.
Someone in our Twitch chat room, Johnny Max, says, just ask Gary McCord. Well, also ask Jack Whitaker. The first announcer they banned was Jack Whitaker when he was working for CBS. And he referred to the gallery as, quote, an unruly mob. And that was the end of Jack Whitaker doing the Masters after that. But so Nance is on Dan Patrick yesterday. And this is a great question. He said to Nance, he goes, what are you more concerned about, the future of golf or the future of college basketball? And Nance dismissed LIV and said, this will get resolved very soon. This will be a blip. He said, but, college basketball as we know it is over. He said, it may last 500 more years. And then Nance said, and I quote, but then again, I don't know if it's going to last 15 more. And Nance went on to say, listen, I'm going to, pound my chest for my alma mater here. He goes, are we paying our players? Damn right we are. But we also don't have any transfers. This team is the closest thing to a throwback Final Four team that we may have for a while. Kind of like Duke's team last year. Or I'm sorry, Purdue's team last year. And which Nance said, these guys have stayed. And Nance said, I don't know if people are going to continue to support this. So I'm curious your thoughts as to, are you okay? I mean, think about it, Mark. This Michigan State team, which won the regular season Big Ten title, which went to the Elite Eight, which Izzo said, terms of teams, his fondness for and what have you, up there with any team he's ever had. And two of the guys couldn't leave that family soon enough, as soon as they lost to Auburn. They gone.
They gone. And with the money they're talking about being paid in the portal to players, I don't blame the players. I don't. I would go get as much as I could when I could. But, David, I used your line the other day in talking to people that I thought were pretty intelligent, that like college basketball. And I just said, my co-host has said all along, the only way you fix this is you make them employees, because then you can control what they get paid.
Yes. It's the only way I see you can control the money. I could be totally wrong. They want no part of it, by the way. None part of it.
None. And yet Nance thinks it doesn't last. Darren Heitner, who we've had on the show quite a few times, he's an agent, a lawyer, and he is specializing in the NIL world, and he's terrific at it. Someone asked him the other day on X, when does the well run dry? And he said it never will. And I found that answer to be shocking, because I just don't know how long fans are going to put up with pain. But at the same time, yesterday in Iowa, there is an Iowa State collective, and the guy who runs it is kind of like Ruiz, who does Miami. He's a little brazen on social media from time to time, and he gets it for it. His wife made a post, who also worked for the collective. If you come on here and you're spewing hate, look in the mirror, and it backfired, and she gets attacked, and someone called her fat, and then he got mad. And of course, what happened? The Iowa State faithful started pouring money into the collective because they took on two of their own. So it's amazing to me that the money keeps coming. And I don't know if it will dry up. I tend to be on the side of Nance, that they have to fix it in some way, shape, or form, because at some point the well will run dry.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Lucifer, can I ask you a question? What sports do you like? Because you poke everybody in here. You live to just agitate, and you are really negative about every sport, it seems. So what sport do you like? I'm curious. Because for you to say that baseball is going to go away is one of the more laughable things I've ever heard. Their revenue's never been bigger. Their attendance is fantastic. Their local TV numbers and radio numbers have been steady, if not great, for a long time. But you think that league's going out of business because the Cardinal fans are mad because the ownership didn't spend money on the team this year. And the Cardinals are expected to be a bad team. They got off to a much better start than to be expected. But they are not expected to be a good team. And they're 4-2. Started loving. I don't eat any foods, Canada Relief. I really don't. I mean, I still love everything. I was craving a hot dog yesterday. I have not had, a bun of any sort in 4 months. I splurged yesterday. I had half a pierogi. That's about as much of a carb as I've had in forever. My daughter had pierogies, and I snizzled a half of one off of her. No, that's celery and carrots suck. I eat proteins and vegetables for the most part. No, I do the bowls, DC. I haven't had a tortilla in months. I'm craving tacos. My home scale's 4 pounds less than the doctor scales. When the second number hits 6, then I'm having tacos. Wings in the air fryer are a must. I do love me some chicken wings. I mean, I don't do barbecue sauce I've really tried to stay away from my sugars. It sucks. Who's giving up alcohol? Are you out of your mind? I can give up carbs. I'm not giving up beer. I had 3 bourbons last night. I'm going to have a handful of beers today. That's where I get any of my carbs. But it's Miller Lite. And there's only come on. That's not even beer. It's water. It's just water. I guess, I don't know, Lucifer, if you left, I was asking a serious question. I mean, I just don't get all the negativity, and I was curious as to what sport you like. But you don't want to answer, that's fine. And I mean, it's easy to attack Ambient. I get it. He's young, and he's all Denver all the time. He's an easy mark. But he's loyal about his teams, and I will say he's always positive.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Pat Kirwan joins us at the top of the hour when we'll switch gears and talk a little football, because it's always a good time to talk a little football. Less than 3 weeks away from the draft, for goodness sakes. Heck, we had a couple of signings and a trade yesterday in the NFL. I mean, all right, guys, way to go. You've figured it out. All right.
Going to ask Pat when we have him on. I didn't listen to very much of his show yesterday. I usually make a point of tuning in Pat I've got about a half-hour ride to pick up my daughter from school. And usually to and from, I listen to Moving the Chains. My daughter has no idea that Pat Kirwan comes on this show twice a week and that he lives here and we occasionally will do something socially together. But she knows that he hosts Moving the Chains because she hears it every damn day when she gets in the car. And yesterday, Tony Baselli was on. And like I said, I didn't catch all of it. Ended up having to make a couple of phone calls. But Pat asked him flat out, phone been ringing for number 5. The Jags had the 5th overall pick. He's like, you don't know, I don't care about what teams, but if people have been making calls. And he's like, not really. Too far away. And I'm like, all right. I don't know if Baselli's telling the truth, but he said, we're preparing to pick number 5. And obviously, if we'll listen to we'll answer the phone and listen to offers. But basically 3 weeks out, the phone's not ringing.
If the Jags don't take Mason Graham, I would throw something as a Jags fan. I really would. That guy is going to have a tremendous career for 8 to 12 years at the defensive tackle position. Just take him. Don't overthink this. Just take him. You have a need. He fills it. He's a really good player. Just plug and play and move on to the second round. That's my thoughts on the Jags.
And that seems to be most everyone's thoughts on the Jags, that Mason Graham's their guy. The other thing that you brought up yesterday, David, and damn, I think you're going to be right. And I was against this, is that Genty's not going to last long in this draft.
No.
And I'm listening to another show, and they're talking about multiple running backs going in the first round.
I think the floor for Genty is Dallas at 12. And they don't necessarily want to go that position, but I think that is the floor for Genty. And I think that there's a chance beginning at, listen, this sounds crazy. I think there's a chance beginning at 4 with the Patriots. I mean, don't you have to start putting weapons? There's no one you could draft in the first 3 rounds if you're the Patriots, if he's on the offensive side of the ball, that you should get criticized for. No one. Don't care. Don't care the position. Don't care if it's line, tight end, wide receiver, running back.
If Hunter's still there at 4 and you're New England, don't you have to take him, though?
No, I already got a shutdown corner in Gonzalez. What do I need, Hunter? Yeah, don't get me wrong. It'd be great. We got 2 of them. Okay, but unless I'm looking at Hunter as a wide receiver, and most people are looking at him as a corner, I need offensive help. It's year 2 for my guy. We suck on that side of the ball. Suck. I'll get the line improved, but he's got no one to hand it to and no one to throw it to. Worth a damn.
And there's not a receiver worth taking it for.
No.
There is not. It is not a good draft for wide receivers.
Now, I would make the argument in the room, listen, we can get a really good running back early in the second round. This is a great draft for running backs. Let's draft the best offensive lineman on the board at 4. And then we can take best running back on the board, 3rd, 4th pick of the second round.
Can I ask you who's the best? And I'm being serious because I've been looking at this. I'm paying attention here. Who's the lineman you're taking it for?
Well,
that you're sure of. And that's what worries me, because I don't know. What I'm reading, you've got the LSU kid.
Well, that's who I'd put my job on. And I would say that in the room. I would say, that's the kid I'll put my job on. If he flames out, okay, you can fire me. 2 years in the SEC, blocking everybody. Nobody did squat against him. Seriously? Not only that, they threw remember, he was the left tackle for Daniels. That'd be my guy.
All right.
By the way, somehow, some way, Mark, his arms got 1/8 of an inch longer. Did you see that at his pro day? He went from 32 7/8 to 33 inches. And he laughed and he said, oh, so you guys don't have a problem with me now. I'm 33 inches. So I found that hysterical. Not take a guy over 1/8 of an inch.
But like the kid, the other tackle that you see up high is the kid from Missouri. And it's one of those, lot of upside, needs technique, hasn't played a lot. That scares the hell out of me if I'm going to draft a tackle.
Not if I'm picking fourth. I'm not. We're not doing any projects.
Right.
No, I'm plug and play guy.
But he's considered the second best tackle in the draft. I mean, it's unusual to me, David. We've been doing this together for quite a while now, but we've been doing our draft show for 6-7 years where I've gotten way more into it than I ever was.
Agreed.
And I don't recall a draft where the offensive line has been this poor. It's seemingly there's 6 tackles every year that are first-round guys. They don't have that this year.
Nope. And certainly not high first-rounders. Remember the draft where the Bucs were like, we got to get a tackle. And they made sure they traded up. I think they gave up a 4th-round pick to move up one spot to make sure they got their hands on Wirfs. And I think Wirfs was the 4th tackle taken in the first 13 or 14 picks. That was when the Jets made the mistake, and at 11 they took Becton instead of taking Wirfs. But there were 4 tackles that went in the top 14. Do we get 4 tackles this year? Possibly. Kid from Texas, kid from Missouri, kid from LSU. I mean, we may be close, but I don't know if they're as highly thought of either as some other drafts when we've had tackles go 4 or 5 in the top 15.
So it's just, wanted to get into the draft a little bit. You're set on what the Jags are going to do and wanted to bring up Genty again because it's fascinating to me without a ton of skill guys. There's not a lot of great wideouts in this draft. So I think you're right on Genty. There's no way he gets past Dallas, and I don't think he's there for Dallas.
And I'm not sure he gets past the Raiders at 6 either. You got the Saints who may move on from Kamara. I mean, I think there are multiple possibilities for Genty between 6 and 12. And if I were the Patriots, he'd be on my board also. And
there's a lot of people that, there's a buzz around Chicago that they would be interested in Genty as well, which is 1 spot or 2 spots ahead of Dallas. The Bears are at 10.
Well, and the thought there is that would Genty be for Chicago what Jahmyr Gibbs was for Detroit? And remember who was calling the plays and got the most out of Jahmyr Gibbs, the new head coach and play caller in Chicago.
And what would be better for Caleb Williams than to have someone he could hand it off to, 20 times a game and not have to drop back 40. I mean, they've got to change the way and the amount of times he throws the football. So just a little draft talk, starting to pay attention to a few more mocks, reading in depth on a few more players, getting excited about the draft 3 weeks from yesterday.
Miller and Moulton. So very quickly, Brewers had their home opener yesterday, and they had a private celebration for the life of Bob Uecker. Twins television announcer Corey Provis, who spent many a year in the Brewers organization, was invited. He missed the Twins home opener to attend the celebration of Bob Uecker's life. Would you have a problem with that if you were the Twins?
Not at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, but I just saying.
Did they?
No.
I'm just making sure.
Right. No, there's no indication that, but I mean, in a home opener, as regular seasons go, it's a pretty big game.
It's as big as they get, but Uecker was as big as they get in the business as well.
Right.
And by all accounts, was great to every single human that he ever came in contact with. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That's an interesting call, Ambient. That's an interesting call. I'm not saying you're wrong. That's an interesting call. And yeah, we talked about it earlier, Go Raiders. Talked about it on the show, but thanks for joining us in. Yeah, I mean, Tampa played great last night. They lost. What do you do? Kind of tip the cap and say, all right, let's get them tomorrow. So a little fun trivia question for you in the Twitch chat. This will be maybe nicer, and I won't chase anybody off because apparently I chased off Lucifer for asking a question. What school, college that is, has the most estimated living alumni? I would have gone with Michigan as well. Michigan is number 3. Harvard would be nowhere close. That's a small school. Go Raiders. Thanks for playing. E.B. Hill, Florida, not in the top 10. Ohio State is 6. Penn State is 2. Good guess. I don't think anybody will get it. I was shocked when I saw this. David, you're joining my Twitch TV trivia session here a little late.
Okay.
But I'm reading an article, and they are trying to figure out who the most popular team in college football is. And one of the most living alumni per school. Which school has the most living alumni? UCLA 4th, by the way. Penn State 2nd.
Which school is the most living alumni? Michigan.
3rd. Indiana has according to this, has the most living alumni. Indiana, Penn State, Michigan, UCLA, A&M, Ohio State, Illinois, Arizona State, Rutgers, Purdue. Close out your top 10.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till Pat Kirwan joins us to talk all things NFL for a half an hour. Kris Gardner, 1 hour from now. He covers the Houston Cougars. We haven't spent a whole lot of time breaking down Duke and Houston.
Not at all. So I was really looking forward, and I'm glad you got someone from Houston's perspective, because I think we've all seen a lot of Duke. We know who Duke is. Houston doesn't garner as much TV coverage. Maybe people haven't watched Houston, and I'm really curious to talk to someone from the Cougars as to how they think they're going to handle and play Duke.
So 1 hour from now, Kris Gardner, who covers the Cougars, will join us. Florida, Auburn, first semifinal tomorrow night, a little after 6. Houston, Duke, scheduled for a little before 9. I don't know. Over under 8:59. Where are you going?
Over?
Yeah.
Doesn't start before 9.
No, I'm going over as well. Women's Final Four tonight, by the way, in Tampa. ESPN 7 and they say 9:30. It's probably 7 and 9:50. Texas, South Carolina early, 4th meeting between those two teams. South Carolina won 2 of the 3. And UConn, UCLA. UConn, the only non-1 seed in either the men's or women's Final Four, and yet they're the overwhelming favorite. Go figure. Hey, I got a quote. Okay.
All right.
We won't spend the whole segment on it, but I got a quote. And I just want to ask you, as a fan, how would you take this? We've mentioned for a couple years now that the Bengals want a new stadium, and that Hamilton County in Ohio has really very little interest in funding a new football stadium, because they also know then that the Reds will be like, well, and besides, they don't see anything wrong with the football stadium, which is, I don't even think 30 years old. So, Mark, their lease expires in a year. The Bengals lease expires. There's a June 30th deadline to extend the stadium lease. I mean, this hasn't been talked about nationally at all. Well, Executive Vice President Katie Blackburn yesterday said, quote, "We could go wherever we want after this year," unquote. Now, remember, when the Bengals were throwing around all that money for Burrow and the 2 wide receivers, we said on this show, they're doing it because they're trying to get a stadium financed down the road. But, Mark, I didn't even realize that contractually they don't have to stay in Cincinnati much longer.
That's fascinating.
So I'm just curious if you were a fan of a team with those facts, or put yourself in the Bengals fans' shoes right now. I mean, June 30th, say they pull a stew in the Rays and they just go, we're not re-signing. Legally, they can get up and move. Now, they got to get the okay from the owners, and obviously the owners would prefer they stay in Cincinnati, but the owners look out for the owners. And Mark, what's the one thing we really haven't had in a long time? An NFL team that could move. And another city to go, we'll take you.
Now, they've been talking about renovating their current stadium as opposed to building them a new stadium.
Mm-hmm.
1.2 billion they're talking about in renovations versus what they said up to 5 billion for a new stadium. But what do owners want with their new stadium in football? And they all do. They want a dome. Because you want to be able to control the environment for your fans, and you want to be able to get other events there. Now,
but I mean, this is like the third highest ranking person in the organization that came out yesterday and said, well, we could play anywhere we want beginning next year. I'm just curious. Are you willing to play poker? I mean, you and I talk a lot about playing poker. We talk a lot about, I don't believe you. I'd call that bluff. You going to call the Bengals bluff?
I would have trouble. We've always been, you and I have been proponents of building the stadium for the team. We have.
Yeah, because else you lose them.
Right. I mean, we started a long time ago in the Fort Myers, Naples market where our show was based out of originally, and now we're in a few more markets and happy to be there. But this started really with JetBlue Park in our backyard where the Red Sox have spring training. And there was a big fight of whether or not they were going to build a stadium. And David and I were like, you build them the damn stadium.
Right. What are you doing? You're going to lose the Red Sox to Sarasota? What are you doing? Just write the check. And they got a reprieve because they didn't initially write the check. And Sarasota screwed the deal up. And then Lee County had a chance with a mulligan, and they wrote the check.
But on to Cincinnati, as someone famously said.
Right. I'm just, just curious. Lease expires in a year. Deadline to extend it's at the end of June. Right now, people don't think it's going to get extended, which means that the Bengals could become the Colts. They literally could show up with the Mayflower vans and move.
I don't think, first off, where to? I mean,
How about
that's
St. Louis? Now, St. Louis hates the NFL right now. St. Louis loves the UFL. They hate the NFL. There's a lot of bad blood with the NFL in St. Louis. TV ratings are terrible for the NFL. They don't care. They literally, you mentioned the NFL, they spit. I mean, St. Louis is very angry at the NFL. They feel they absolutely got screwed. And trust me, there's not a single person I've met from St. Louis who doesn't spit on the ground if you mention the NFL. But I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't.
San Antonio?
Jarrah's always been against a team in San Antonio.
I understand. But just, you asked.
No, I know. And
San Diego? Oakland?
Well, Oakland, you'd have to have a new stadium built. And they've shown a reluctance to building any new stadiums in California, period.
I understand that. There's no doubt about it. But, I mean, how often does an NFL franchise become available? This ain't an NBA team.
Interesting. I
just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, and I think they'll get it. I mean, the Bengals have said that they would put private money into renovating.
Blah, blah, blah. But you got to remember, Hamilton County doesn't throw money around. Anybody ever fly into Cincinnati? Do you know where the Cincinnati airport is? Kentucky.
That to me would be the X factor, as if Covington, Kentucky would step up and say, like they did in Kansas City, build it here.
Yeah.
That would be the interesting one to me.
Like Jersey did 50 years ago with the Giants and said, we'll build you a stadium. You don't have to play at Yankee Stadium. What do you want? We'll build it for you.
So our buddy Matt Baker and Austin Meek are doing these articles on The Athletic.
Okay.
And they say in here, there's an editor's note before all of these. And this is a semi-regular series attempting to answer unanswerable questions to solve the mysteries in college sports.
Wow.
And this one is, what is the most popular football team in the country? And they brought in 9 different measures to do it. They did TV viewership, attendance, StubHub ticket sales, Google searches, who bets on what team the most, social media, and of the like. And, TV viewership, and they narrowed it down to a few teams in a hurry. And they're all the usual suspects. It's Alabama. It's Ohio State. It's Michigan. It's Georgia. It's Penn State. Because, Alabama on social media is number 1. Alabama and TV viewership is number 1. But when you start getting into home attendance, obviously some Big Ten schools take over because their stadiums are much bigger. Same thing with ticket stub sales. I did find it interesting. From the Fanatics best-selling schools of merchandise, Notre Dame is the number 1 merch school in college sports.
Well, I thought when you mentioned which school gets their games bet on the most, I thought Notre Dame might win that also for the amount of money bet and number of bets and what have you.
Texas has the revenue. Believe it or not, the most bets, the top 10 most bets, percentage of total bets in college football, the number 1 team bet on, USC. Georgia was 2. Alabama, Tennessee, Texas all tied for 3rd. Miami closed out the top 10. In terms of the most money wagered, Georgia had the most money wagered on them. I had fun in the Twitch chat room while we had the last commercial break. I played a little trivia with them. The estimated living alumni per schools, the most living alumni, I was shocked at this, is Indiana.
Wow.
Penn State 2, Michigan 3, UCLA 4, A&M 5. But they have all these different categories, and they deem, much to my chagrin, that Michigan is the most popular college football team in the land. Ohio State is 2nd. Alabama is 3rd. Georgia is 4th. Texas 5. And then it's Penn State, Tennessee, Notre Dame, LSU, A&M, Florida, and Oklahoma. And they obviously, like I said, they preface this by saying these are unanswerable questions.
Right. Here's our criteria, though. We'll do our research. We'll tell you what our research says.
And then you'll write nasty comments underneath the article of why everything we did is 100% wrong.
I would be curious how they got that Alabama outranked Ohio State. Because the highest rated national championship games have involved Ohio State. Now, not this past year, but like during the BCS era, the highest rated natty was Ohio State beating Oregon. They outranked all the SEC matchups.
They went by a couple of different criteria. Games with 4 million plus viewers from 2021 to 2024. Alabama is 1st with 37. Georgia is 2nd with 36. Ohio State is 3rd with 34. And then they did the top 20 regular season viewing over the past 4 years, and Alabama edges out Ohio State there.
Now, Bama has the edge of Birmingham being the number 1 college football market in the country by a wide margin.
But, like social media, Alabama wins it. I was surprised that Colorado didn't make the list. with what's happened there, but they're
then
going back
again,
a few more years.
Right. They're going back 4 years, and
Right.
Deion's only been there 2. The other thing that I would point out is that so Ohio State's on the list, Michigan's on the list, and Penn State appears on the list, right?
Yes.
And USC for social media. Okay.
USC for betting.
Okay, for betting. So to me, also, I think it shows the importance going forward of USC to the Big Ten. You know, for as much as Oregon's done about as much as they can. But do we think Oregon's going to become Georgia?
No.
You know, remember, Georgia was not a national school until the last 10 years. You know, Oregon's played for a couple of national titles. They won the Big Ten title last year. Oregon's had a lot of success. Do we think Oregon's ever going to enter the area code where Georgia is?
I don't think there's a chance of it. I mean, the fact that they're not in the top 12 in most popular teams, they didn't really make any of these lists. People don't watch them on television. They're not a must-see team.
Now, we'll see the new TV contract with the Big Ten. They're only a couple years into the 7-year deal. Maybe things change. But I think it shows the importance of USC to the Big Ten going forward.
And, USC not on any of these lists. But if they were to do this 4 years from now and USC were to get their act together, does anybody believe that USC wouldn't be on that list?
Since USC hasn't had their act together, and apparently they're the number one bet-on school in the country.
Right.
So imagine if they get their act together, how much interest there'll be in USC football. All right.
I just thought that was interesting. Throw out a few numbers for you. People like lists, David.
They do, Mark.
Especially lists they can disagree with.
Yes. And we love lists that are not our lists, because then it doesn't matter if they agree or disagree. We don't get any of the grief. Pat Kirwan. He'll get all the grief coming up. It's his opinions, not ours. Next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, fellas.
Hi, Pat. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I hear myself bouncing back.
That's not. I mean, it.
I never heard that before.
That's
it's
weird.
fine.
Okay.
Whatever it was.
Caught a little bit of your piece with Tony Baselli. Loved. I talked about it on air. I said that I said I was listening to a little bit of Pat yesterday, and he asked Tony Baselli, "Has the phone been ringing for 5?" And he's like, "No." That one surprised me. I don't know if he'd say yes if it was, but he was pretty quick to say not much has happened.
Well, he should say yes, even if it's not happening. So you're a salesman, If you try to sell your spot, you throw. Yeah, we're getting lots of action. I don't think people think Cam Ward is the reason to go up there.
Where's Genty going to go, Pat? And we'll do this on air, too.
Yeah. Well, everyone thinks the Raiders. I'm not so sold on that one. First off, there are some other running backs, and maybe it's maybe the influence of me working with Ron Wolf. Ron Wolf was not going to draft a 5'8" running back. Just wasn't going to do it. I had an old scout call me yesterday. He goes, Ron would be losing his mind right now if he was told by the scouting department, we like Genty in the first round. I talked to Devin Neal yesterday, the Kansas running back.
Okay.
It's amazing, and I say this as a point of reference for a third-round pick. It's amazing how close his production is, literally, to our friend Genty. It's incredible. How about these realities? So Devin Neal has 760 carries. Genty has 750. He's within 10. They're both 4,400 yards, 4,700 yards. 49 rushing touchdowns for Neal, 50 rushing touchdowns for Genty. 4 receiving touchdowns for Neal, 6 receiving touchdowns for Genty. So one guy is 5'11", 213 pounds. Genty's 5'8 and a half, 211. And you can get Devin Neal in the 3rd or 4th round.
Well, I even with the reemergence of the running back and what they're all doing, I couldn't in the top 10 justify taking a running back. Couldn't do it.
And not a 5'8" guy either. From Boise. No offense, Boise, but yeah, I'm with you on that. I wouldn't do it. And as I said, Ron Wolf would say to me, 5'8" running back, get another idea.
Hey, Pat, you've done something here. I think I know why. You've got the camera on for the first time ever.
Well, you know what? I hit a button to do something here. Hold on.
Yeah, so
we see it. That's great, but you usually don't have the camera on.
Well, I don't care about the camera. I do care about the bounce back sound, which when David came on, it came back again. Hello? Yeah, I can hear myself. Let me see.
There you go.
Hold on. Let me see if that's better.
Is that better? 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, yeah,
it was before bouncing, and then it stopped. I must have hit that button, and then it started again when David sat down.
All right.
Where am I here? Yeah. So, no, I wouldn't take Genty. We got a little mock draft today. And where did he go last time? He went 17th.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the third hour of Miller and Moulton on this Friday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kirwan joins us on this day and time every week. You know Pat, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7. Pat and all our guests joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Although Pat's appearances on the show brought to us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, and kind of have the owners' meetings behind me and getting back into draft talk and some of the action that's going on, like Joe Moulton. And it's really funny because it made me go back and look at Trey Lance, who obviously they're not going back to. But I did forget that Trey Lance had a $4.25 million roster bonus that the Dallas Cowboys paid. Oh. So they had him for 2 years for $6.2 million, and now they're getting Joe Mixon for 3 years for $3 million. But I know a lot about Joe from having him at the Senior Bowl, and I like the guy a lot. But my biggest problem with the Dallas Cowboys and Joe is Joe's the 2 now. It's not going to be Will Grier. It's going to be a guy that played in one game against the Buffalo backups with a quarterback in Dallas that has medical history now. I think Joe as your 3rd is awesome, but not as your 2. So I'm a little nervous for those guys, what's going to go on here. Oh, we had lots of people telling us Joe's the next guy in transition from Prescott. I was laughing at them.
What do you make of, by the way, just one last thing kind of from the owners' meetings. What do you think about Jera's comments about Micah and acting like he doesn't know who his agent is, and even though that guy represents all kinds of players in the league, and we can wait and we've got time. I mean, this is Dallas's MO to overpay guys, right?
They have to. Their cap strain is regular for them. So they got into the signing bonus world a long time ago and stayed in it. They always have the cash to do it. And that keeps creating what I'd call false space, and they'll do it. Here's the cardinal sin, though. You start talking to the player and not the agent, you're going to have problems. And Jerry, I'm sure, feels like, hey, go ahead and stop me. But the player should be told by the agent, do not meet with the owner. And when a player would come to my office and go, hey, I want to do my own contract, I'd say, first off, I ask you to leave. I'll call you downstairs later, but I got to talk to your agent first. I got to find out if he knows you're doing this. And if he does, and you're breaking up with him, then you have to sign a form and wait a few days before this clears. But because if you do it the other way and take advantage of the opportunity to be one-on-one with the player, you're going to have problems down the road with that agent. And you're going to have problems with a lot of agents. And ultimately, if the player does a bad deal and that backfires on him, then he's going to be mad at everybody. So I never recommended doing it. It happened once with me at a punter, and it turned out that he did fire his agent. And his agent said to me, we were together 20 years. It was a guy named Hanson, used to play for Cleveland. And he just said, I don't need an agent for my last deal. But otherwise, don't do it, unless your name's Jerry.
Can I go back to Joe Moulton for a second? I find this move fascinating for both teams. You know, the New England quarterback, he's got promise. It's not a sure thing, number one. And Moulton has a lot of promise. I mean, it's tough to look better than Joe Moulton in shorts and a T-shirt throwing a football. It just is.
That's true.
So you've got him under contract for 3 more years. Why get rid of him? That's number one. But then on the other side, I mean, Pat, Joe Moulton got benched for Hendon Hooker, who was a far better college quarterback who can't see the light of day in Detroit. They wouldn't even let him take 2 handoffs in a playoff game. They had to sign a retired quarterback who was a high school coach to be able to do those 2 handoffs instead of Hendon Hooker. So there's the Joe Moulton who you look at and you go, this guy could be a star. And then there's the Joe Moulton when you put the helmet and shoulder pads on and you go, this guy can't play.
I'm with you. And I like Joe. And Joe, I say, don't ever go to his workout in shorts because you'll sign him.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, but you're right. For $3 million over 3 years, they can keep nurturing Joe in New England basically for free.
Right.
And you can leave him as the 3rd if you want to, because you can. You have the ability to do that with a veteran and everything else. When I was at camp the first week, which was all the way back to your first point, Joe, in my mind, was ahead of Drake May. He was just able to do things, but he never got going past that. It was the same flash that we worry about all the time. So guys calling yesterday, and Dallas fans mad at me because I said he's not a 2. You can't tell me that on opening day, if Prescott goes down, this guy's carrying the mail. And that's what he's going to be, because Will Greer is not the 2. And so I looked and I go, they were just boasting what he did in New England in his one game. So I went back and watched the game. I had nothing to do this morning at 5:30. He plays against Buffalo backups. It was the Week 18 game when they were resting all the starters. He played against them. He threw 1 touchdown. He was 22 of 29. That's nice. He ran 10 times for 16 yards, got a first touchdown. But I looked and go, that is not the reason to put this guy as your 2. Now, if they say that we're going to get rid of Greer, who doesn't make any money anyway, and we're going to bring in Joe Flacco as the 2, and Moulton will be the 3, because they have time. They have 3 full years to figure out if he can play. You just don't want to see Joe Moulton jog out on the Dallas football field on opening day if Prescott goes down. And then another guy said, no, he's the transition. He's the next starter. He's going to move right into Prescott's. Well, I said, hold on a second. Prescott's deal goes to 2028. Milton's goes to 2027. Going to put a franchise tag on him? So, I don't know. I think I fault New England for getting rid of him more than I think Dallas getting him. Dallas can protect themselves by putting a veteran on the equation.
All right, let's talk about Genty, the running back from Boise.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier, and I was one of those that I wouldn't draft him in the top 10. And they're obviously with Gibbs and the year Saquon had last year, the reemergence of the running back has happened. We were talking earlier that we don't see Genty getting past Dallas at 12. When you look at Gentry, one, where would you pick him up high in the first round, or would you be bypassing him? And if so, why?
Yeah, we did a mock draft last week. We're going to do one today. Genty, just for information's sake, went at 17 to Cincinnati by Jimmy, not me. I didn't have the pick, but I did have Dallas's pick, and I took the big defensive tackle from Michigan, Grant, excuse me. Who else? I did the Raiders. I had the Raider pick. I took a cornerback. So I was prepared to pass on Genty all the way down. And I like Genty, but he's a 5'8" running back. I was telling Mark before, David, I just spent yesterday some time with Devin Neal. And so why do I bring that up? It's amazing how Devin Neal's stats are directly related to Genty's stats, except he's 5'11" and 213, and I can get him in the 3rd or 4th round. So that's the problem I have with Genty, is that he's a Boise State running back. He's 5'8", and the running back list is long and deep. And there's things every team needs, whether it's a safety, a corner, a pass rusher, a left tackle. I don't think I have the luxury of doing that. And I love what you said, Mark, about the return of the running back. Well, guess what, folks? That's a one-year wonder, because we're back to James Cook putting his house up for sale because he doesn't like what he's been told. And I talked to the GM, and they're miles apart. They're not responding to the Saquon Barkley deal like James Cook, even though he had 16 touchdowns, is going to be in line to work off that deal. He is not going to work off that deal. Derrick Henry is not going to work off that deal. So it was great that those guys one guy finally passed McCaffrey. But the real world of the running back starters is going to be, and I could do a deal with Cook that looks like it's $14 million a year, but it's really $12 million a year, which is, you look at the Josh Jacobs deal, that's where the clubs want to work off the running back starting right now. That was 48 over 4, which is 12 a year. And they have parachutes out of that deal. So I think that my worry about paying running backs $20 million it's not going to happen. It's going to be 4 or 5 years before someone passes this guy named Saquon Barkley.
Well, if I'm Cook, I'd be angry too. I'd be like, let me get this straight. You give Russo a new contract and you're not going to give me what I should make? I'm a much better player than he's been. But anyway,
Pass rushes are harder to find than running backs.
well, no offense. I don't know that he's a good pass rusher. I think he's grossly overrated, but we'll do that
Oh,
at
you
a
just
different
got
day.
fired as a GM again. Jeez.
You know, yeah, I know. How about this, though? If you are doing the Chargers in a mock draft at 20 or the Steelers at 21, right?
Chargers at 22, right?
Okay. Would you take Genty for the Chargers or the Steelers?
I would take him with the Steelers. I did not have the Steeler pick last week, but interestingly enough, Jimmy took Hampton, the second running back, the North Carolina kid. The Chargers, I had that pick. I took Luther Burden, but I would take him there.
Okay.
Because we know, well, look at who the OC is. Look at who the head coach is.
Exactly.
They
lost Dobbins, who was their number one back in free agency. Yep. So, that's why I'm wondering. I even think there's a chance the Chargers go Travion Henderson, to be honest with you.
Travion Henderson, that would not surprise me one bit. I like him a lot. The players who played against him like him a lot. But yeah, now I think we're in Mark's territory. You get down into the 20s, and all of a sudden, Genty's still there, which probably isn't going to happen, but it would be for me. Then you can't resist. The board would tell you to take him. His name would be up on the board, and there'd be nothing around it. It'd all be gone. You're staring straight at a guy that you probably had 5th, 6th, 8th on the board. You just take him. And there's plenty of teams. So you pointed out Pittsburgh, the Chargers. Those guys would all be interested. Yeah.
By the way, who picked for Jacksonville, and who did they take at 5? I'm curious.
Jacksonville was Jim, and he took, and I would not have done this, he took Mason Graham.
Why would you not have taken Mason Graham at 5? I put my job on the line for Mason Graham.
I know guys that like the other tackle a lot more. Mason Graham doesn't have as many fans as you think. He has got enough fans to be a top 10 player, but it's not like his stock's going up. It's going down.
Grant, by the way, is the other Michigan defensive tackle. I mean, there's a reason, that they had less than 100 yards of offense and beat Ohio State and Alabama. It's those two big boys in the middle.
Yeah. And Mason Graham, if you're a 4-3 front and you really are looking for a 3 technique, Mason Graham doesn't meet all of the criteria.
He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's moving the chains. More with Pat right after this.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right, Mark.
Yep.
Who do you like tomorrow in the hoops?
I like Florida playing Duke.
Yep.
I've been that way since this whole thing started, so I'm not changing now.
And I have a feeling you like Duke overall, even though you picked Florida way back in the beginning.
I do. They are playing so well right now.
Yep.
I think if Duke loses, it's tomorrow, not Monday. I just think Houston could play great defense against them and beat them up a little bit. That's what they're known for. So we'll see. But I'll pick Florida over Duke because that's how I started. But
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I had Duke in my palm of my hand, and I gave him up for Florida. Ba-da-ba-dum-bum. You know, it's great. If you really, what's the message about why everyone watches March Madness? Because it's single elimination.
Yep.
It's why we love the NFL playoffs. There's no 5-game series, 7-game series. You go out there and it's now or never. I think we're all kind of addicted to that action. Oh, man. Played golf yesterday in the morning early. The course is in some shape. Wow.
Really?
Yeah. Beautiful.
It's I like playing right now because it starts getting a little brown and the course is a little fast, because there's been no rain, but ours is holding up pretty good too.
Well, as most amateur golfers, I need a lot of roll on my drive, and it's been rolling good often when it hits.
Courses are fast right now, Pat. They are fast.
Yeah, figure 40 yards per hole, not the par threes, of just roll. That's a lot of extra yardage I don't get when it's wet and they stick.
Yep. Summertime golf down here is a little different than March, April, May golf.
Yeah, that's why I go north to play more roll it out golf.
Yep, I don't blame you.
And all my right-handed friends think, oh, it's left. I don't know, it's something the way you hit the ball. It spins better. It rolls better than I. Come on. I said, I'm lucky I know how to grab a club. It's fun, though.
Absolutely. I'm playing today myself.
Nice.
Wednesdays and Fridays I get to play. That's kind of that's my 2 days.
Yep. And what's the time-wise, what's the round of 18 at your course? Typically?
4 hours.
Yep.
4 hours, and we actually played 3:45 on Wednesday. It was awesome.
Anytime it's under 4 hours, I feel like I get bonus time at home or something.
Well, for me, because my mom is gracious enough on Wednesdays and Fridays to go grab my daughter for me, and my mom lives at the course where I'm a member. So I keep my cart because we can have carts. I keep my cart at her house, and when we get done, in 3.5, 3:45, that means I can have a beer or two in the clubhouse, and I got that time. I can, instead of handing the money over for the bets and collecting the next time I show up or donating, I can actually stick around and see if I made it.
No mad rush. Nope, that's great. All right, David, what's up?
How you doing?
Good.
Ready for your mock draft today?
Yeah.
And you go first now, right?
I got the odd numbers, yep. Tennessee first and then straight. It's fun. And then next week we're doing 2 picks.
Oh, okay. So so you had even last week, odd this week.
Yep. And then next week we'll flip a coin. You will flip the coin. And then you get either 1, 2, or 3, 4. And I'm telling you, the whole draft will change. It'll be interesting to see how many guys today don't make the draft. That like guys that didn't make our first round last week. Matthew Golden didn't make it. Donovan Jackson. Henderson didn't make it. Who else? Derek Harmon didn't make it. Harmon made it. Conley didn't make it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Kris Gardner, who covers the Houston Cougars for Houston Round Ball Review, will join us in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan, he of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains. He and his co-host Jim Miller will have a mock draft this Friday. They have it every Friday leading up to the draft. Pat with the first overall pick in the mock draft today. So 20 days before the draft, how close are we to the first board going up in the room?
Most of the head coaches and personnel people at the owners' meetings were heading back to start solidifying the boards. So I would say this is a long weekend in the draft room. People are going to be in there 12 hours. I would think a week from today, they'll have it up. Now, it's always subject to change, but they'll have it up and they'll start locking it. Maybe that's the best way to describe it to the listeners. Usually it's open and you're hashing around names and you're putting up blocks. These 10, where we sort them out to priority positions. If you and Mark and I all have the same grade, but you're the quarterback, you'll be the top name at that spot, which could give you maybe spot number 5. And if Mark's left tackle, he's the second spot. And if I happen to be a safety, I'm the third spot. So you sort out the numbers, then you sort them out by priority positions. But next Friday, and I always said that was when you start locking the board up, so even the scouts can't see it unless they're in that room. That starts to tell you that the board's close to finish. So I'd say a week from today would be the first day they're going to feel like, well, there it is, and then they'll go back, and there'll be guys that they haven't full information on. And they'll send someone out to do a test or whatever. This guys are going to get sent back out. Sometimes it's send them out for a Wonderlic score. It might be to send them out to get a short shuttle time. You know, Gil Brandt used to say he wouldn't draft a guy that didn't have a 40 time. And he sees more and more guys that don't have 40 times, God rest his soul. But when he saw it, he said, I could never draft that guy. I said, well, the way these players do it now, you can't make them do it. And some guys aren't going to do it. And we know there's names up at the top that aren't going to run.
You know, this draft David and I were talking earlier. It's been about 8 years that we've been doing our draft night show on Twitch. And in those 8 years, I've dived into the draft more than I ever have before. I don't recall a draft, Pat, I'm sure you'll be able to enlighten our listeners, where there have been this few offensive linemen that are scheduled to go early, and this few offensive linemen that may go in the first round, and there's some that are a reach. If you need a tackle in this draft, man, it seems like you're hard pressed.
Well, this is what we had this conversation a month ago. If you assess the position depth the way you just did, that's why names of the left tackle will go up the board, because you're nervous now of where you're going to go. So are you going up the board for Campbell, your left tackle with the short arms? Yeah, I am. Are you going up there for Kelvin Bank? Yes, you are. Whether you think he's great or not, you're going to move up. Membo will be up there, but guys will say guard, but they may try to play him at tackle first.
Do you worry about him, by the way, Pat? Because there's he's kind of a project, isn't he? I mean, I know there's a lot of upside. Are you worried about him?
I did not take him in the draft. Jim did. I will not be taking him high today, but Jim, out of respect, Jim took him to the Jets at 7. I took Campbell up top to New England. I took Banks to Chicago. They need to get a left tackle. Here's why I think the interesting answer to your question is that's why I think Greg Zabel will go high. He is advertised as a center and a guard, but the guy's 6'6", and I watched him play left tackle. He can play left tackle. So I think you always put him at the position that's hardest to find. So Zabel might be drafted as a left tackle and then move inside at some other late date. But I think he can line up and play tackle as a rookie.
I know the Chiefs don't have a lot of draft capital and they've got a lot of needs, and they're on the record as saying that we couldn't do much in free agency and we're going to have to fill as many holes as possible with our draft picks. So that means in theory, you're not trading any of them because you need every single one. But they need a left tackle more than anything in the world. Don't you trade up? You've got the best player in the league just turning 30. if you're going to give up resources, don't you do it to get him a left tackle for the rest of his career?
Yes, you do. And they have done things like that. They're not afraid to go up. So where could you go? To me, someone like Pittsburgh that doesn't have a second round pick, Minnesota. You look at those teams. Minnesota doesn't have a second round pick. The Rams don't have a second round pick. Dallas doesn't have a so those are the guys you want to talk to. And you want to start talking about giving away compensation to get up there. But I don't know if they're going to be able to. And to Mark's point about if you believe, and I do, that the left tackle population is not that big, how far up would you have to go, General Manager Moulton, to get to one?
Well, the Cowboys interest me, because Minnesota and whoever doesn't interest me because that's the 20s. No, if I'm the Chiefs, I'm moving up. Okay, the Bucks got Wirfs, I think, at 13 or 14. If I got 3 guys and I need one of them, and the third guy's available for Dallas at 12, I am not hanging up with Jerry Jones until he agrees to my trade.
I agree with that. That may not be a landing spot in my mind. And Dallas is always looking at this point. We discussed this before. They need a volume of good rookies to offset their cap problems and to move down. And especially if they're going to get a running back, move down. You can get a running back down there, whether it's the North Carolina kid or others. But to get multiple picks, I think I would go down if I were them. So I think you got to do it. And here's the problem just off our little mock draft. Banks went at 10. That could destroy their plan to go to Dallas. If 2 tackles were gone by Dallas's pick. So now you got to be, are you moving up for the 3rd tackle? And who is the 3rd tackle? Is it Zabel? It's not Booker. He's a guard. So I don't know. I'm looking at the list and going, man, after those guys, there was not another tackle taken until Connolly at the 31 pick by Kansas City. I think going up is they're probably amenable to doing it, but I don't know if who they want is going to be at the 12 pick. And that's a draft day trade, so you're going to have to wait to see if your guy. Now, if Banks was there, yeah, go up. But if he's not there, you just sit there and go, man. And I felt like when I talked to the GM at the combine, he kind of recognized that it's a short list, Mark's point, and down where we are, going to have to do a lot of homework to find someone.
Would Miami be a viable candidate to trade out? I mean, they could use help. There's a lot of places that the Dolphins could use help, but there's been talk of a guard. The defensive line population's pretty good on the inside. Would they be someone that would consider trading out, in your opinion, Pat?
Well, the GM has not had great drafts, and I feel like he's under some pressure there. Boy, here's the problem with owners, too. Your owner's going to come to the draft room probably 2 days before the draft, Monday or Tuesday, and sit in there, and you're going to sell him the draft board. You're going to show him why everyone's in there, and you're going to tell him about what your targets are. And if you don't introduce a major trade right there, the day of the draft, he's going to look at you and go, you didn't say any of this to me 2 days ago. So selling what you're doing is important. I don't know what they do. And let me say, I should say this every time. And David said this there are deal makers in this league and there are non-deal makers. And if you're a deal maker, you got a history of trading. John Snyder, deal maker, right? You can call Seattle and get something going all the time. Jerry used to be a deal maker, but I think, his son Steven has kind of calmed that down. I don't know of Miami to be deal makers. So now you're calling those guys and you're trying to move to their spot and they're hemming and hawing with you. And I'm not criticizing them for it. Just they're, we can all figure out who they are. We have a lot of draft day trades compared to the old days, but the deal makers are hard to find.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7. He and his co-host Jim Miller will have a mock draft today with Pat with the number 1 choice. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I couldn't find the box where they are. I decided to look last night late, and I struck out in my first box that I looked at. I've got to find another one. I will definitely do it. It's on my brain. And go Raiders. Pat is from New York. I don't know if he's from the city. I don't believe so, but he could be. I've never asked, but you could be very right. All right. Kris is on. He's going to San Antonio tomorrow. He's actually in Tampa. Yeah.
Covering Texas?
I guess.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. Our poll question. So, who do you think is going to be playing for the Natty on Monday? Florida Duke, Florida Houston, Auburn Duke, Auburn Houston. Those are your choices. Florida Duke has been the clear choice of our listeners so far. They're the two favorites. It's been a tournament in which the favorites have won and nearly covered every time as well. So we'll see if that continues. Kris Gardner covers the Houston Cougars for Houston Roundball Review. Follow him on X at the HR Review. The HR Review. Kris, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're doing well. Okay. Is there a Caleb Love type of performance on the Cougars? Because I think that Duke has trouble with quick guards. Is there someone in the backcourt that can do to Duke what Caleb Love did from Arizona 2 games ago?
In a different way, have an offensive explosion. Emmanuel Sharp for sure. The Cougs guards of Eldrick Cryer, Milo Suzanne, and Emmanuel Sharp may not be as athletic as Caleb Love, but Emmanuel Sharp and Eldrick Cryer can really explode offensively from 3-point range. So that could be a different way to impact Duke's defense.
Well, and I'm with you there because obviously we know Houston shoots the 3 ball very well. Their percentage one of the best in the country. Duke's length sometimes can negate that. So how does Houston find the open man to get those threes?
Well, one, I think ball movement, the high screen roll, probably with Milo Suzanne and Jojo Tugler, will create some advantages for Milos to penetrate and get into the paint with his floater. Suzanne and Cryer have good floaters once they do get into the paint, and Coach Sampson will usually design plays to have them come off screens and curl as going to the basket, so get the pass on the move, and that will help them kind of negate Duke's length, because Duke's defense is very good. It may not be as good as Houston's, but Duke's defense, I think, will give Houston problems.
When's the last time Houston got out-toughed in a game? Because Duke's taken a lot of pride in that. They got out-toughed in the Elite Eight last year by NC State. And, Shire said, listen, we had to get bigger and we had to get tougher. And they have. But they ain't Houston tough, are they?
Houston's tough. The last time Houston got out-toughed was against Texas Tech at Houston in February in the game that Tech won in overtime. So that was it. And Coach Sampson said after the game, what disappointed him most wasn't the loss, but was the fact that Tech out-toughed this team.
Typically teams led by freshmen don't win in the NCAA tournament. This team's led by the guy who's going to be the number one pick and a couple other freshmen that are pretty damn good. But with Flag, how does Houston, what's the best way, in your opinion, for Houston to contain Flag, if they can?
That can work for everything he gets. He is an elite player, even at such a young age. I'm kind of curious to see if Coach Sampson, he's going to mix up throwing guys at Cooper, different guys, possibly throwing Emmanuel Sharp at him to see if Cooper can score in the post and just let him go one-on-one and negate some of his passing, because that's one thing Cooper does well. When he passes the ball to his teammates, he gets them involved also.
Kris Gardner covers the Cougars for the Houston Roundball Review. Follow him on X, the HR Review, the HR Review. College sports is not what it was 3 years ago, never mind a generation or longer ago. But, I'm almost sensing some sentimentality with the Cougars. Sampson built it up, hasn't left, isn't looking to leave, has his sons and his daughter and his wife involved with the program. All right. He doesn't hire new staff. Okay. He went on the other day about, I don't take phone calls and I don't take resumes. Okay. Just don't do it. Not interested in the best recruiter. I'm interested in a culture. They're old school, aren't they? We don't have much of what Houston brings to the table anymore, do we, Kris?
No, he is old school, and Coach Sampson has told the local media for a while about doesn't take resumes. He recruits, he signs his staff. There's some people he worked with throughout his years as a head coach from previous stops, even in USA basketball, if he worked with them before. Our staff is built on relationships from previous stops on his journey as a coach. His wife, as you mentioned, the family atmosphere within the program. He is old school, no doubt, in his directness with his players. He has begun to get five-star talent to commit to the program. Next year's team, talent-wise, may be better than this year's team on paper, but this year's team is much more veteran-laden. So he does not change in terms of who he is, but he has adapted into the ways of, NIL and all the things that are coming in the transfer portal as well.
What's the number that Houston has to hold Duke to, in your estimation, to win the game?
Oh, probably between 70 and 75.
That seems right. That's kind of where we're at, because it just doesn't. If this game gets going offensively for Duke, it'll be interesting to see if Houston can match them, because they're obviously, we've mentioned, they've got to get the three ball going, but defensively, they've got to be able to stop the three, because Duke's very effective that way too.
Agreed. It's going to come down to, one of the factors is pace. If Duke can play faster and Houston wants to keep it slow and methodical and hold the ball for long possessions, and maybe Duke will work offensively well to the shot clock as well. So that's part of the pace also. But if it gets to above 80 and up, Duke for sure is going to win.
Kris, Houston offensively in this game, you had the two dichotomies. Arizona scored 93 against Duke, and then less than 48 hours later, Alabama, which is an elite offensive team, scored 65 and couldn't put the ball in the ocean from beyond the arc when they hit 25 threes the game previous. So I'm just curious, when you look at Houston and how you think they match up offensively against Duke, what do you see?
I see opportunities, corner threes. I see chances for Duke and JoJo Tugler to crash the boards and score putbacks, and Javier Francis, the big man off the bench for them, to score offensive putbacks. I do not believe Juwan Roberts will be double teamed in the post. I don't think Duke feels that that's going to be an issue. They can defend him one-on-one. So that will negate some of the open three-point opportunities that Houston will get based on double teams on low and kickouts and swinging the ball. So it's going to be really Milos Uzan, DeCryer, if they can get open from the perimeter and get into the paint and have the floater game going, which would open up the three-point chances as well.
When I watch Duke, it drives me crazy because they're a good rebounding team, not a great rebounding team, but when they get second chances, they seem to bury threes on you. To me, Houston's really got to control the glass. Do you see a way that, they should, they're a terrific defense team, terrific rebounding team, but when you look at second chance points, how important do you think that is for Houston to be able to stop Duke with getting those second chance points?
Oh, I think it works both ways. Another thing that Houston does is crash the boards offensively and tap it out to the perimeter guys and get those, as Coach Sampson calls them, dagger threes. So which team controls the boards and wins on defensive glass rebounding is going to be a key, because that'll limit the chances for the opponent to score those second chance points. I think second chance points, the winner of that, probably go a long way and win the matchup.
Do we think experience/age is a factor here, that Houston is more experienced and older than Duke? Do you think that is a factor, or in the modern game, is that overrated and an old talking point?
It's probably an old talking point, but I think it goes also to the great job that Coach Shire and his staff have done fitting this team with so much youth and making it work. And don't forget about Tyrese Proctor being a veteran and a great two-way guard. And Tyrese, he played in the matchup last year. He participated in the scrimmage a few seasons ago, Coach Shire's first year, which was a learning experience for Tyrese, a learning experience for Coach Shire. One thing that it really helps Duke is they faced Houston before. They faced Houston, the physicality. It's very difficult for a team who's never faced Houston to prepare for them. You can say all the things and go through all the practices and everything, but until you face them on the court in game action, it's very different.
Both Texas schools in the Final Four are 5.5-point underdogs. Texas tonight against South Carolina in the women's Final Four. Houston tomorrow night in the men's Final Four. Just from a matchup standpoint, which Texas school do you think matches up better to pull the upset?
I'm gonna say Houston, and full disclosure, guys, even though I've had the BBall review for 30 years, I am a University of Houston graduate, so I'm a proud alum. So I am picking Houston because it's a one-time deal. If this was a series, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 7, I'd pick Duke to win the series most likely. But for just a one-time Saturday matchup, I think Coach Sampson is going to find a way to devise a way, scheme-wise, whatever you want to call it, to get his team to the Monday championship game against Florida, I think.
Kris, appreciate your time and your insight. Safe travels going back and forth from the Final Fours, and hopefully we can talk again.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks for the invite.
Kris Gardner, he covers Houston Cougars basketball, also a little Texas women's basketball for the Houston Roundball Review, and you can follow him and that site at the HR Review on X, the HR Review. Kris joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
So every day I put out a post of what's upcoming on our show. It's one of the reasons why you should follow that Mark Miller and the David Moulton and Miller_Moulton on X. But I screwed up when I put the HRR review, or when it came up, I somehow just put the HRR. And I typically, before the interview, will look at the profile of who we're interviewing to see if they've written any articles or said anything that would add to our interview. And I put the wrong post on it. I went to look at it. By the way, in case you want to follow the HRR, The HR Review is the first and only magazine that specializes in the field of human capital management in the Middle East and the Arab world.
Huh.
Yeah, I think I missed that one, David.
It's a little different subject matter than what we just covered, but
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Anything interesting? Any insight on either Final Four?
Nothing on the Final Four.
Okay.
Their Final Four is a little different over there. And we all aren't sure who's going to be left standing when it's done.
That's a fair statement. Well, heck, they don't know. They don't know who they're going to leave standing. So how could we?
Got that right.
Yep.
So it might be the reason I've got to buck up and get a blue check mark next to my name so I can edit the post. If for that reason only, and spend whatever the hell they're charging for the little blue check mark.
So if you missed Pat Kirwan or Kris Gardner this hour, hell, within 10 minutes, Mark will have the hour posted on millerandmoulton.com, and you can download what you miss all the time by going to millerandmoulton.com.
Bonus hour on the other side coming up. We'll have to make our predictions. I mean, I'm not going to. I think if you've listened to the show for the past couple of weeks, Miller and Moulton both have a Florida Duke final when the whole thing started. I don't think either of us are going to deviate from what we picked before the tournament began.
I am nervous about it, though. I am nervous about it. First off, two good teams playing. Can the one sweep the other, which is what Florida would have to do to Auburn? Auburn's played better in the tournament than Florida has. Now, Florida was playing much better leading up to the tournament than Auburn was. But two teams who during the season at various points we said, oh, that team's the best team in the country. And, oh, no. That team's the best team in the country.
And when you look at the way Duke has played for the past 2 weeks in the tournament, it's hard to say that Duke is not the best team in the country.
I will say, though, I don't believe they've played a team stylistically that's in the area code of the team they're going to play tomorrow night. I mean, Alabama, not a physical, out-tough you team. Arizona, not a physical, out-tough you team. You know, who'd they play? Baylor in the second round? Same thing. Well coached, but not a physical, out-tough you team. All right? These young guys, no matter how talented they are, okay, Houston's going to challenge their manhood tomorrow night.
You're exactly right. And I love the question you ask about the experience. Is it old school? I don't know. But freshmen typically don't do well in this tournament when it comes to the very end. And they are going to be tested tomorrow night against Duke. The bonus hour awaits us on Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this Friday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It's my wife's birthday today. Happy birthday. She is now proudly going to apply for her AARP card. She now feels that she's old enough and comfortable enough with it, even though she qualified a few years ago. Now she wants her discounts. You and I have completely ignored all of their efforts to get us to sign up, even though it could save us money. Sorry. Not doing it. So I not only got her a facial, I not only got her a massage, but apparently I threw in the $20 for the membership for AARP. So there you go.
It's funny. I was just looking up what it costs to be a member.
Isn't it $20?
$20 a year, 15 for the first year. It looks like. So she only got you for 15 this year.
Well, hot steaming deal right there. Hey, our poll question, who do you think is going to be playing for the Natty Monday? Florida Duke, Florida Houston, Auburn Duke, Auburn Houston. I think it's 60% of you think it's going to be Florida Duke?
Yeah, nearly 70%, but yes.
So, and Miller and Moulton filled out our brackets before the tournament began, and we picked Florida and Duke to play for the Natty. I don't see why we would change now. I mean, each of us picked the entire Elite Eight correctly. I mean, we're not going to question what we're doing now, right?
No.
Right. So, and we both got 3 of the final 4 right. I don't want to overanalyze this. I feel as if we've done a good job. We've gotten a lot of interviews from the Auburn side, the Florida side. Now we got a Houston side. Most of us have seen a lot of Duke this year. All right. Cooper Flag and Shire and all that. Fine. Sometimes it comes down to free throw shooting. Just keep this in mind. And also, if a team starts performing in a way in which they normally do, you can go, oh, wow, maybe this is a sign of nerves. Maybe this is a sign of the situation getting to them. Duke is 12th in the country, Mark, in free throw shooting. They hit 79% of their free throws.
Mm-hmm.
And, like it or not, we think Duke gets calls, and they go to the line as much as anybody gets to go to the line also. And I do think that the whistle is going to be a factor tomorrow in San Antonio.
I think it's everything in the Duke-Houston game, David. How they call that game determines how physical the Cougars can be. If they let them play, if it's a Big Ten style game, and I think you all know what that means, I think that gives Houston a really strong advantage.
Agreed.
If it's called like every other conference calls basketball, but sometimes in the Final Four, they'll let them play a little bit more. The referees will be a little more apprehensive to call fouls early and let the players figure it out. So I do think that that's a big deal in both games, but particularly in Duke-Houston, not just because of the free throw numbers that you mentioned, but because of the style Houston plays and the defense they want to play. They don't want this game to get to the mid-70s and above. They want to keep it 75 and under. They have to.
So keep that in mind. Duke is the 12th best free throw shooting team in the country at a percentage just over 79%. Now, the other 3 teams are okay. I mean, Mark, I don't know what the percentage is that you have in your head in which you go, if they were my team, I would want to make sure they shoot blank percentage. And I think a lot of people say 75%. Right?
Yeah. None of the teams playing not named Duke shoot 75%, by the way. Houston's the closest.
At 74%. They're 111th in the country at 74%. Auburn and Florida are almost identical. Auburn shoots free throws 1/10 of a percentage point better than Florida. They're both at 73%. One is at like 73.1, the other's at like 73.2. So Houston 111 in free throws, Auburn 157. Auburn has had a couple clunkers. I mean, they gave Michigan State all the chances in the world to get back in that game, going 11 of 20 from the line down the stretch. I mean, they got a couple of bigs who can't shoot free throws worth a damn. And Florida's had some games where they didn't exactly shoot free throws well either. Now, their backcourt goes to the line, their money. Everybody else, Remember, who went to the line and hit the final 6 free throws? Clayton for Florida.
And Broom's a terrible free throw shooter.
Right.
Terrible.
Well, Auburn's bigs were not good against Michigan State. And their loss in the SEC tournament against Tennessee, they were not good from the line that day either. So I just wanted to give you the free throw numbers because Michael in our Twitch chat room said one of the reasons he's picking Florida is he thinks Auburn will lose the game at the free throw line.
Well, and a lot of that is Broom because you think the style that he plays is going to be inside. He's, they're going to attack him. He should get to the line a lot. He's a 60% free throw shooter.
Something that I wonder about. Auburn has not faced a situation in which a game was in doubt in the final 5 minutes. Duke has not faced a situation in which a game was in doubt in the final 5 minutes. Arizona was hanging around. They couldn't afford to screw it up, but they were in control. Florida and Houston have been involved in games that have come down to the bitter end. Does that help the Gators and the Cougars? I mean, Houston's game went down to the final play against Purdue. And we all know the Gators trailed with 5 minutes to go against UConn and trailed by 9 with 3 minutes to go against Texas Tech. So just bringing up some pressure numbers here and facts.
I thought Kris made excellent points coming to the rebounding that, that Houston, as much as Duke is good at kicking it out and getting threes on second chances, Houston as a team this year has been a better offensive rebounding team. They crashed the glass hard. I think that's a big part of Houston Duke because both teams want to play tough defense, want to play hard defense. Who's going to win the second chance point battle in that game? And therefore, who's going to win the battle on the offensive glass? I think it's a big part of Houston and Duke.
By the way, Mark, it's interesting that you bring that up. A play that it was totally forgotten about. When Florida was down 9 with 3 minutes to go, all right, and it was Houck, right? That's how we pronounce his name? All right, he hit the first 2 threes. Clayton hit the next 2. But if you remember when that started, Houck missed his shot, got his own rebound, dribbled it back out, hit a 3. And then between him and Clayton, they hit 4 in a row. But the sequence, actually, they're down 9, just under 3 minutes to go. They missed, got their rebound. Then I don't think they missed a shot the rest of the game, free throws included.
And I love what Kris referenced that Kelvin Sampson calls them dagger threes. Because I'd not heard that before. Maybe I'm an idiot, but man, that is to me the perfect name for it. It is so tough when you work that hard to play defense, and work a shot clock down and your opposition gets a shot off and then they nail the 3 on the offensive rebound. Just killers. So I that's part of both games that I'm interested in, but I'm really interested in Duke Houston because Duke, I don't know if there's anybody better when they get offensive rebounds of their percentage of making threes after that happens.
So just some numbers, a factoid or two. Do with it what you will. Free throws. How many times have these teams faced the, final minute, final 2 minutes, final 3 minutes here lately in which, oh my goodness, I could lose situation? So.
And Houston's probably the most experienced. Houston and Auburn are the two most experienced teams in this tournament. Will that play a factor at all?
Although the Gators have the guard from FAU who's actually played in a Final Four.
Right. And, you taking the young coaches or you taking the old coaches?
Right.
I mean, I think that's the other part of this that's fascinating is that you have a full generation between the ages of the coach, Sampson and Bruce Pearl.
Yep.
And then Shire and Gordon. I find that so interesting. As are we seeing at Duke and at Florida, what could be the new faces of the coaching carousel in college basketball going forward?
Well, aren't they both in their late 30s?
Yeah.
I mean, Golden and Shire are both 39, I think. And you've got Sampson, who I think just hit 70. And you got Pearl in his mid-60s. So, there's a lot of intrigue. I mean, the 4-1s, that's kind of cool. Obviously, they're all capable of winning this thing. At various points this year, even Houston was talked about as the best team in the country. All right. So they've all been the best team in the country, whether they were number one in the polls or not at various points this year.
And even when Houston, when there was talk of was it going to be Alabama or Tennessee being the fourth one, if you brought that up to college basketball people, they stopped you pretty quickly and said, don't forget about Houston.
Right.
Look at what they're doing. Look at the schedule they've played. Look at who they've beaten, how they've beaten them. So Houston, from really February 1st on, was also thought of as one of the one seeds. So they're not sneaking up on anyone at this point in the year.
So there you have it. The men's Final Four, which gets underway tomorrow night on CBS. The women's Final Four is tonight on ESPN, beginning at 7 with Texas and South Carolina, and then followed by UConn and UCLA. By the way, the women's final is Sunday afternoon.
At 3:00. And I'm so glad you brought that up. On the other side, are they doing a disservice to the women's game, whose numbers are rising and they're sticking their final at 3? American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
it's not great programming, CBW. That's the point. Women's sports do well, and they're doing really well. I'm not the only one that made that suggestion, but I understand. And Lucifer, what I asked you before, if you're still here and listening, is that what sport do you like? Because I watch you on here and you seem to bash a lot of sports, and you agitate. That's kind of your thing, and you go after people. But what sport do you like? I'm trying to figure it out, because every sport we bring up, you're pretty negative about. Lucifer, my question is, what sport do you like? You come in here every day, and you're perfectly entitled to say what you want in the Twitch chat room, but you're really negative. You attack Ambien every day, and he's sometimes an easy target. But I'm just curious, what sport do you like? Because all you do is kind of spew negativity about everything we talk about. And I'm just curious what you like. That's all.
The weekend. Oh God, Canada relief. That's a year from now. Over a year from now. God, I hope not. Golf, college basketball, and football. Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Coming at you from the Floor Meisters studios. Floor Meisters just keeping it real. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day one. Some final thoughts. All coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. So you want to pick up on that last factoid we had last segment?
Yeah, I'd like to spend a little time on it. It is amazing that primetime sports does really well. That's where big sporting events are held. World Series, NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Finals, Super Bowl, obviously. That starts a little earlier, but you get my point. National championship in basketball, national championship in football. And here, you had mentioned the numbers for women's basketball. In what Richard Deitch calls the BCC era, before Caitlin Clark.
Sure.
They averaged, South Carolina and UConn in the 2022 title game, averaged nearly 5 million viewers, peaked at nearly 6 million viewers. In 23, that's Caitlin Clark, LSU. They do nearly 10 million. Last year, they did 19 million on average and peaked at 24.1 million. And they had those at 3. Do you know what ABC is airing this Sunday night instead of the national championship game in women's basketball?
Well, I know what their normal Sunday night lineup is, so you tell me if this is what they're airing. I mean, they've had America's Funniest Videos at 7 o'clock forever.
There you go.
Okay. And then at 8 o'clock, they're airing Idol.
They're airing Idol.
Right. And then at 10 o'clock, they're airing, and I don't know if they've had an episode before, but they're airing the $100,000 Pyramid.
There you go.
Which I think Strahan is hosting. Could be wrong. So, but Idol, a 2-hour Idol. Okay. Jelly Roll is, I guess, going to be, the featured celebrity.
I just think that if I'm the NCAA, because we only have a couple things if we're the NCAA that we control, the men's and women's tournament, I'd be beating down doors wondering why my game's not getting prime time. I'd watch it. There's a better chance of on a Sunday. People have things going on. It's family day. A lot better chance of me watching that game if it's starting at 7:30 than if it starts at 3.
I can debate you a little bit on this, and I'm not just playing devil's advocate. First off, the last 2 finals, granted, Caitlin Clark was in both, but the last 2 finals did 10 and 19 million, airing at 3 o'clock on ABC.
Right. You don't think they would have drawn more airing in prime time?
I don't know, because there would be more competition up against them in prime time. I mean, this is a good weekend to have the Sunday 3 o'clock slot. Like, I think the women's final is going up against LIV.
Right.
Going up against the Valero Texas Open, of which there's a few names in the field, but usually the week before a major, not a bunch of big names. But Spieth's at least on the first page of the leaderboard after 1 round, and that would attract a few eyeballs. But NASCAR's on FS1. Also, Mark, the 4:25 window, and yes, this is the NFL, but the 4:25 window outrates the 8:20 window. I mean, NBC, what does NBC say? They have the number 1 show, prime time show. They have the number 1 show on television, and they do in prime time. The 4:25 game routinely has a few more viewers than the 8:20 NBC game.
All right. I'm just surprised, and I'm surprised there's not a little bigger outcry as everything has become more about, the equality of each side. If I'm the NCAA, I'm going, why aren't we putting our games in prime time? That's all.
Now, here's what I can throw out at you. Do you know what American Idol is averaging this year viewership? And they've
No,
had a few,
no idea.
they've had a few Sundays, and I guess Idol and The Voice are going head to head on Mondays. I guess I don't watch either, so I don't know. And The Voice is beating Idol apparently, but Idol's basically, Mark, averaging about 4.5 million viewers. So that, to me, if I'm running ABC programming, now that's an interesting decision. What am I going to get more eyeballs with? Granted, different demo, and we know demos are important, but post Caitlin Clark, do we think we get 5 or more million viewers for the women's final if we put it at 8 o'clock on Sunday?
Yes.
I do too. Now, there is the possibility you could get a Texas UCLA final as opposed to Dawn Staley and the dynasty that is South Carolina, and Gino and Paige Beckers and the twice as long dynasty that has been UConn. I mean, Texas UCLA at 8 o'clock, the head of programming for ABC is getting hammered. Okay. South Carolina, UConn, 8 o'clock Sunday. They may be getting hammered, but it's because they think they're going to get 10 plus million.
So I'm just curious. I'll be curious when the numbers come out next week. One, to see how big of a drop-off there is post Caitlin Clark. We know it's going to be huge, but that's what's being reported. They're down X percent from last year. Well, you're dealing with a, damn near once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon in Caitlin Clark. So the numbers are going to go down. But to David's point earlier in the show, the numbers for women's college basketball keep going up and keep growing.
Yeah, you go 2022 and earlier, the 2025 tournament is outrating the 2022 tournament and the 2021 tournament.
So that's just one of the things that I was paying a little attention to, and I'm glad you brought it up at the end of the last segment. But you are right, at 3 o'clock, there is virtually no competition. You've got a bad golf tournament. You've got Live Golf, which nobody watches. I don't give a damn what network's on. They're not going to watch it on Fox. They're not.
So you got 2 golf tournaments. The NASCAR race is on FS1 at the same time.
Now you've got the Lakers and Thunder are on at 3:30 on NBC. Oh, no, NBA TV. I'm sorry. So that's not even on. So they don't even have. There's nothing. There's really nothing for them competition-wise.
Whereas in theory, I don't know if you put it in prime time, like the other networks, they're running their shows. CBS 60 Minutes, Tracker, and a few others. I mean, NBC is going to run what they run. I know it's a different audience and a different demo, but I think it's a debate. But there are many, Mark, who agree with you in the sports world. They're like, could we get this in prime time? Don't you think we're at the point where we're worthy of prime time? The other thing that they're saying is that it's bad enough we finish on a Sunday, Monday, and we got to come back and play Friday, whereas the guys don't have to play till Saturday night. Some of them have a full week off. Like the UConn women played late Monday night, and they got to play Friday night. That's a pretty quick turnaround. Thank you very much. But then also, so you play like, let's just say the UConn UCLA winner, they're going to get done around midnight, 1 a.m. They're playing at 3 a.m. Sunday or 3 p.m. Sunday. That's less than 40 hours later.
I don't have it in front of me, and I probably should, but the Stanley Cup Finals last year did pretty well.
Yeah, it went 7. Okay, I think the game 7 got like 7+ million.
Right, but I don't think games 1 through 6 were anywhere near that. Like,
no,
game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals versus the women's NCAA championship, I think the women would outdraw them.
I think the women this year would outdraw them.
That's this year. I don't mean Caitlin Clark. I mean this year.
Totally. Oh, hell, Mark. Put the Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA final. Put the Cavs and the Thunder in the NBA final. And let's start talking about that rating. Don't kid yourself. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. It's all coming up Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, you don't always agree. That's not the point. You attack people. And that's I monitor this every day. If you don't think so, that's fine. And you can say whatever the hell you want. We don't kick anyone out. Never have, never will, unless they're spewing obscenities or they're a bot. I'm wrong. You're super positive. Keep doing what you're doing. And I asked a simple question. I asked it in this voice. I did not attack. I asked a question. I will do my best not to at all talk to the Twitch chat room anymore. I'll leave that to David. He can do it. In fact, I will just turn the Twitch. I will go back to not even seeing it.
Somebody mentioned, is Trent going to the UFL game tonight? Okay, he says the UFL is a joke. Even he can't get into it. And he's not going for opening day because he had to stay back in the studio and produce. But his brothers are going. Yeah, really. It's working in St. Louis and about this much in Birmingham. Okay, but that's about it. The only place that's working right now.
Finally figured out what I'm giving up for the rest of Lent.
Huh.
The Twitch chat room.
That is funny.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 till we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Miss any part of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed. 8 o'clock hour, we had our two guests today. We had Pat Kirwan for 2 segments, and then Kris Gardner, who covers college hoop based out of Houston. So there you have it, millerandmoulton.com. Our poll question today. So who's going to be playing Monday night for the Natty? Florida Duke, Florida Houston, Auburn Duke, Auburn Houston. 2/3 of you say it's going to be Florida Duke, as do Miller and Moulton.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call them today at 239-427-3441. That's 427-3441 for either their Bonita or Naples location, or visit online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton, and you get a discount. Talking to the folks there yesterday as they re-upped with us advertising and said, you know, I wasn't sure if it was working, and I was in the store, and I looked at a customer that was in there. I said, how did you hear about us? And he goes, on the radio. So thank you, the listeners, for supporting our sponsors. That always helps out Miller and Moulton. All right. Today we start in 1841, David.
Okay.
Vice President John Taylor becomes our 10th president after the death of William Henry Harrison. Today in 1902, Cecil Rhodes starts a scholarship with $10 million. You know it as the Rhodes Scholar. 1923, Warner Brothers Pictures is formally incorporated as the Brothers Warner started their company in Burbank, California. Byron Nelson wins his first of 5 majors at Augusta National in the 4th Masters today in 1937. Today in 1964, the Billboard Hot 100 chart had 5 songs all by the Beatles. Number 5 was Please Please Me. Number 4 was I Want to Hold Your Hand. Number 3 was She Loves You. Number 2 was Twist and Shout. And Can't Buy Me Love was the number 1 hit in the land. 1968, Martin Luther King Jr. is assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee. 1973, the World Trade Center opens in New York as the world's tallest building. Henry Aaron ties Roost's record today at 714 in Cincinnati in 1974. I'm only doing this because I'm convinced he knows the answer. Who did he hit off of for the Reds?
Jack Billingham.
Correct.
What was interesting was Atlanta then wanted to pull Hank from the lineup. It was the opening series of the year. It was in Cincy. Braves were home beginning Monday night against the Dodgers. And Major League Baseball stepped in and went, no. Got to play him at least 2 of the 3 games.
1975, Microsoft is founded between Bill Gates and Paul Allen. I'd wonder what would happen to that company. 1983, Lorenzo Charles fires off a 30-footer. It's short, but Derek Wittenberg catches it and dunks it. And NC State beats Houston 54-52.
Well, it was the other way around, but we got the point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wittenberg fired the shot.
Right.
Lorenzo.
Remember?
Yeah.
Remember we talked to him.
Yeah.
Remember? He was doing the ASUN final next to
My
us.
bad. Yeah.
And we were talking to him, and we looked right at him. And it was the 30th year, too. All right. It was, I think, well, it was coming up on the 30th year. We looked right at him and said, you said, okay, shot or pass. Looked right at you and said, best pass of my life.
Kansas beat Oklahoma for the Natty today in 88 with Danny Manning leading the way.
Danny and the Miracles. 2 completely different halves. First half was tied at 50. Second half, I think, was like a 31-28 type of half.
94, Arkansas beats Duke for their first title. North Carolina topped Illinois in 2005 for the 4th title for the Tar Heels.
That was a great final.
2011, Connecticut beats Butler 53-41.
I think it's the lowest rated NCAA championship game ever.
Everybody's favorite Super Bowl halftime performer, Kendrick Lamar, released his big album To Pimp a Butterfly today in 2015. 2016, Kansas overcomes a big deficit to beat North Carolina for their 4th natty. Tris Speaker, Muddy Waters, Anthony Perkins, Bill France Jr., A. Bartlett Giamatti, Ernie Terrell, Ray Fosse, Pat Burns, Dale Howardchuck, and Heath Ledger would have all celebrated birthdays today. Golfer Joanne Carter is 86. Craig T. Nelson, coach, is 81. Jack Del Rio, 62. Robert Downey Jr. is 60. Magician David Blaine is 52. And Roberto Luongo is 46 years old. What did I miss, David?
A few things. Another one born today, Maya Angelou, born today. Roger Ebert's been dead 12 years. For those that, did the whole movie critic thing, Roger Ebert died on this day in 2013. The World Trade Center opened on this day.
73.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
The beginning of the end for Don Imus nationally was today in 07 when he
yes
called the Rutgers women's basketball. You don't want me to say what he said?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you know my mother still to this day, the sponsors that bailed on Imus, my mother bailed on those sponsors. One of them was the American Express. Okay. And let me tell you, okay, my mother's credit card bills alone might have made them reconsider their action if they had known that. President Harrison died today, 32 days into office. Did you have that too?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, there's a lot that went on today. I was checking one thing after another. My bad. I'm sorry.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
We go to the Keys in Florida, where an underwater photographer by the name of Mike Papish spotted an injured turtle struggling to swim near Alligator Reef in Islamorada. He and his friends took the turtle to the surface, then took him by boat to shore, and they transported him via the turtle ambulance to the turtle hospital in Marathon, Florida. And Lenny the loggerhead has made it back and has been released back into the ocean at the reef where he was found. From the sounds of it, he was attacked by a shark, had a little flipper problem, and the folks at the turtle hospital healed Lenny. Turtle Hospital in Marathon's very cool. Been to it before. I think sea turtles are amazing creatures, and that hospital is very cool. For the bad, we go to Bonita Springs, where people lost power last night because someone crashed into a power pole, knocking down power lines in Bonita Springs. They don't know who did it yet because the car's still there, but the driver's gone. Helicopters went on search as well as a search dog, but so far, no information on who crashed into the pole. Finally, the ugly. We go to Texas, where a man stole a Dodge Charger at around 4 a.m. By 7 a.m, he had crashed the Dodge Charger into a ditch. And a neighbor, hearing the crash, went outside his home and was filming the car, filmed the license plate, filmed the man getting out. But the man didn't think so. And you can hear on the video, said, "Too bad you didn't get my face. It's stolen. It's a stolen vehicle." Only problem for the man is that he did get his face. Police have not tracked him down yet, but it should be a matter of time before the stealer of the Charger is behind bars. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Friday, the April the 4th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Okay, you got to help me out. Because we have the women's semifinals tonight, and they're on ESPN.
Right.
Texas, South Carolina at 7. South Carolina, 5.5-point favorite. Fourth meeting between the two teams, by the way. South Carolina's won 2 of the 3. And then afterwards, probably quarter to 10, UConn, UCLA. UConn, a big 7.5-point favorite. Those games are on ESPN. I get that. Okay. Am I missing something, or is tonight's Blackhawks Capitals game nowhere to be found except NHL Network?
You very well could be right, because this is their night.
Now, I understand Friday night is normally an NBA night, so I get that ESPN's putting the women's Final Four. Listen, this game, I mean, they can't put this on ESPN too? I mean, Bettman and Gretzky are at the game for good. He's a hat trick away from setting the record.
And they're playing one of the worst teams in the league.
But a team that people actually watch in the Blackhawks. But
right.
I mean, if I'm the NHL, we talked about this. You can't get one of your broadcast partners. Okay. I don't care what the contract says. What do we need to do? Do we need to write you a check? I mean, seriously, if I'm the league, there's a part of me, Mark, that wants Ovechkin to break the record tonight and have no one see it.
I don't even get the NHL Network. I made the switch to YouTube TV. I literally cannot watch this game tonight.
I can, but you got to be kidding me. I mean, is it possibly on ESPN Plus?
No. If it's on NHL Network, you do not get it on ESPN Plus. I mean, this is their game. This is their standalone night that they get hockey.
Unbelievable. I hope Ovechkin scores a hat trick tonight.
I don't, because I want to see the record be broken. I would be really pissed if that happened.
The NHL deserves this. They really do. The NHL deserves this. This should not be happening. I got to be honest with you. And I don't know what's on Turner tonight. I mean, do they have wrestling tonight? Is there something? But come on, man. There's not a broadcast partner that doesn't want to show this game. ESPN doesn't want to put it on ESPN2. Turner doesn't want to put it on. Pick a damn channel. TNT, TBS, True TV. I mean, seriously? All right. I feel better. NBA 10 games tonight. None of them nationally televised. Unless you have NBA TV. Denver and Golden State at 10 o'clock is an interesting game. Oklahoma City is at Houston. That is the 1 and 2 seeds right now out west. I mean, it's a potential conference final that no one will watch, but all right. So women's Final Four. Good luck finding Ovechkin tonight. And NBA TV for the NBA.
There you go. Big Friday night.
My goodness.
Lock into the Valero Open at 3 on the Golf Channel. That's
really.
It is sparse on what's a pretty good sports weekend between the men's and women's Final Four. Obviously tonight, you and I would be watching. Well, you probably will. I won't be able to watch Alex Ovechkin.
I can't believe this. You have not one but 2 U.S. network TV partners. You can't get somebody chasing down the number 1 record in your sport, arguably. You can't get this game on TV so that 600,000 people could see it? Wow. Not only that, they're playing the Blackhawks. There's a bad team. I'll bet you money Ovechkin scores tonight.
Oh, yeah. I would bet an anytime goal for Ovechkin. They're the worst team in the league as far as goals against, the Blackhawks. They are 30th. Or they're 3rd from the bottom, but you get the point. So I would bet an anytime goal for Ovechkin.
I'm telling you, I really mean it. There's a part of me that wants him to score 2. They've got the lead, and he adds the empty netter and gets it. The NHL deserves this. They really do.
Miller and Moulton. David's rant brought to you by Molly Maid.
Cleaning up the NHL mess. That's Molly Maid.
One show at a time. Monday, we'll preview the Natty, find out how the weekend went for the women, and did Alex Ovechkin break the record? Miss any of the show? Go to millerandmoulton.com to download it. Have a great weekend, everybody. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
We get a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.